Wait, do I have enough water? I have an okay amount. Where do I want to put this? I don't know, that seems like a good level, right? Right. Maybe I don't do that. This up here. Put that over there. It needs preparation. I can just do it live, right? Right. Scooch. Or scooch. Not enough scooch. Maybe too much scooch. Yeah, we don't talk about the hair clipping. It just does that. Hair very much clips through things. Hair clip. Clip hair. Hair clip. Enough hair clip. Whoosh. 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 How about this round and round motion, eh? Oh, I gotta make myself dizzy. Why am I doing this? Why do I think this is a good idea? Change the hair color? Really? Well, you're making this up. Or maybe it's just a meme. Drawing circles with my hand. I don't know, because it's fun. It's plenty fun to me. Because it says what happens. It's just what I do. You know, one of these days, probably sooner rather than later, I'm gonna have to make a stream about probably fixing all of my like stream stuff. Stream stuff. Like the chat and the notification panels. Maintenance. Yeah. Maintenance. Why am I play Bad Apple? Why aren't you play Bad Apple? I'm like, what if? What if I did a thing? The good apple? The good apple. I think all the apples are evil. Is there ever a good apple? Is there ever a good apple? I don't think so. I don't think so. There is, I haven't found it yet. Wish. Oop. Got the LED camera up here. I'm like, it's not in the place where it could see all the things, and if I squish it down, it doesn't squish. Good apple. iPhone? No. iPhone iPhones are evil. Well, not evil, but like they are. They're kind of like hostile. They're evil in very subtle ways. Manadono is writing. This is the beginning of the stream. Hi there. I wasn't expecting that. How was your stream? What were you up to? For Visual Studio, I have a command. It's called font or fonts. And in Visual Studio, it's OCRA extended. It's got all the things in it. What color scheme? I made a command for that. It's called theme. It's called it's just melange. Is melange. Because everyone started asking me about that. A spice melange? Maybe. Maybe. Despite being up for a little while, I'm still kind of a bit groggy. I'm generally pretty good today. I was working on a new loader yesterday for the GLTF, GLB type file format thing. Got a whole bunch of far distant ways into it. And then encountered a problem. A very slight problem. Itsy bitsy kind of slight problem. See, like, now, my engine is old. You could almost say ancient. And it was made with a bunch of, like, kind of, it was put together with a whole bunch of, like, old, just get it to work kind of paradigms. And, well, I got it to work. But now I pay for those paradigms later down the line when I come to go around trying to refactor stuff. So I implement this loader, and I get towards the point where I have to like stick the vertex data into like a buffer of some flavor. Maybe uplink that to the GPU. Except I don't really have a good way of uplinking anything to the GPU. Not at all. So I go and I look at it and I'm like, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. I don't want to fit all of the different formats that I've run across into like the same oversized kind of like buffer format. I had come up with a system where I just came up with like the greatest common denominator or something. Or maybe least common. I don't know. One of those things. Where like I have a vertex format that I upload, which is just like all of the things. But not all formats generate all of the different components that gets used. For instance, I still have these open from yesterday, I think. There is this structure which links to this structure, which has a bunch of different things in it, which is like the model format. And so we have like locations, and we have like normals. I have like diffuse color. I have 2 sets of texture coordinates. I have some like floating point weight things, which are maybe supposed to be connected to like joint information or something. Maybe. Except I didn't do that. Or I did it with like one format. So if I load a format with like just location, normals, and maybe one set of texture coordinates, all these other fields go unused. They're just full of nothing. If I load a format with like location and none of this other stuff, I just have to have all of this other stuff. It's unacceptable. So, in the interests of interest, whatever that means, I think it's time to like rewrite this portion of the system, because there's like this thing down here, which is like a whole bunch of other tables of things. Tables full of things. Where does this get called at? Bunch of headers. Vector table. Yeah, I have like this whole fixed format thing going on here. I'm like we can't just fix format all the things. I'm gonna end up with like a bajillion formats if I do that. Plus these are for OpenGL. I don't want it to be for OpenGL. I want it to be for like all of the different backends. Today is going to be like a mixture of like graphics programming, a mixture of problem solving, mixture of delete all of these. Because my new renderer is based on Vulkan, and this format, while similar, accomplishes similar things, is not what I want. It's not really what I want. I think I also have to like bring the probably like all the format specifiers from the thing, what's that thing called? The Vulkan header. It has a bunch of like formats in it. And I like converted a whole bunch of those to like a different format, a like meta format, which describes different aspects. The meta aspects. So, yeah. I don't know what I'm looking at here. I honestly don't remember what any of this does. So I'm gonna need to like reverse engineer just a little bit of it. Not use direct. What do you mean not use directly? Is there no like log F in here? Also, what the heck is that? Ancient open Oculus? Oculus. Some of the ancient Oculus Rift driver code. Yeah, cause I did that at one point in time. I was like, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll implement Oculus Rift support with my dev kit. Not the dev kit 2, the dev kit 1. The original boxy thing with the 720 screen and like no tracking camera and magnetic sensors of some flavor. Maybe it did have a camera, I don't remember. Probably didn't. I think it was just... Nope, I've got no clue. But there's some ancient code in there. Ancient relic of the past. And it's... Yeah, it's in this file. Just kind of chilling under all of my table definitions, which I want to get rid of. So how do we get rid of all the silly tables? How to get rid of all of the tables? Apparently this is not used directly. I will believe you, but I will also verify. Because I've deleted stuff like that before, and it breaks everything. And I don't know how. I don't know if I want to know how. Oops. I just want this one project. The other projects don't work. That's fine. The other projects don't need to work. How is there hair in my face? Where's it coming from? Constantly. Just constantly, there's like hair blowing in my face. This is what I get for putting fans all over my room. Could say I have some fans, some true fans that reside in my room. And they constantly shower me with air. Yeah. air. Whatever that means. These even get used anywhere. No references found. No references. Damn it. Yeah. It went in my mouth. The hair, it went in my mouth. E. Just imagine E. No references found. No references found. Yeah, well, we're just gonna dump all of those then, I guess. Oh, this is lovely. Once upon a time, I was like, how do variadic templates work? Maybe I can use variadic templates to like reference things or to do things. So I made like a function that calculates variadic templates. How is this not found? Where what? Like, this one gets used. What about this? Maybe that gets used by the UI or something. Maybe. This one doesn't seem to get used by anything. I'm just gonna yeet that. This one doesn't seem to get used by anything. So I'm just gonna yeet that. This one gets used by something, supposedly. In the environment section. Oh, that's not great. I don't know what this gets used for. A screen quad of some kind. Just some sort of screen quad. And I just deleted a whole bunch of things. The Rust? No, this is C++. The infamous C++. Notorious for all of its template, class type something, and its prefix data type definition. Rust is like the other way around. It's like postfix types. Postfix definitions. You have to define everything when you instantiate structures. Instead of being totally, completely, and absolutely lazy about it. What have I done? What have I destroyed by deleting all of the definitions? A bunch of unresolved symbols. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I don't remember what the command was to like unstage, really reset things. I need to reset some of these. Because now I am missing stuff. I'm missing very specific stuff, and I don't remember which one it is, and I don't remember how to like access it. Because that's just absolutely fantastic. I had a keybind in here, which is like reset the buffer. Set the hunks. The hunks. HR. HR. So I do reset. Then that's going to take all of this stuff, and then we can just get rid of the completely invalid ones. Yeah. Source control at its finest. Okay. And the best part... I forgot one. INCT. Okay. 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 How did I do that? Maybe I just get rid of this one. Are you happy now? Or acceptably so, anyways. I think so. It links. It links properly. It didn't give me any errors. For now. Unsigned int 2 10 10 10 10 reverse. How is that a supported format? It's like how? I don't think Vulkan let me do that. I think? No. Yeah, no. I don't think that's a thing. It does not seem like a thing. That does not seem like a thing that makes any sense at all. I like how there's just like a no-name buffer. Apparently it's the quick fix list or so. Oh. It has crashed. Yes, that is lovely. That's exactly what I need right now. We just need everything to like crash. Because, reasons. Just reasons. What am I looking for? I need to probably check on the model header. Which has this brand new structures for primitive modes, element types, and attribute info, which is going to be like the thing that ends all things. The thing to end all the things. So I'm almost thinking, almost thinking I should make sort of generic-ish data type, which will tell me something. It will tell me something about what I need to know. Or maybe it won't. Like, what even are all these objects? I don't even remember what some of these do. Also, hi there. Today's been kind of a... It feels like it's been kind of a slow day. Potentially slow day. Like, I've had like a hard time getting myself to just go and do things and like figure out the stuff that I need to do. And figure out all the stuff that I need to do. Like, the attributes, for example. All of the attributes come in a very specific flavor. So there's like different kinds of attributes depending on which ones I need to add to what. Yep, nope, not making sense. I'm thinking I need to make a class. Need to make a class. And the class will contain all of the different attributes as like maybe a like vector of vectors or something similar. Vector of vectors. That's not a data type you see too often. I suppose I could make it like a vector of, I don't know, spans or some weird thing like that. I don't know if span would be good ownership data type though. Maybe a vector of vectors wouldn't be the worst idea. I don't know if that would let me index it though. See, like I gotta find myself an example. I gotta work through an example. I think. And a pretty good example is somewhere in The heck am I looking at? The GLTF thing that we wrote. Which I guess I could just like run it and that will like show me all of the format data. Spin. Zoom. Never did fix the default zoom. I wanted to make it like far. Zoom out forever. My finger's gonna get tired of scrolling. It's not the point though. The point is to find the GLTF stuff, which has been overlapped with something else-ish. Yeah. You know what else is kind of like terrible and needs refactoring? Logging. The logging needs refactoring. Can't you have like multiple things like spitting out a bunch of lines all on top of each other? Nope, that doesn't make any sense. Or at least, maybe it can make some sense, but not the right kind of sense. You could almost say it makes nonsense. However, if I manage to pick out a fragment that does make sense, it's like there's a position, a normal, and there's two sets of texture coordinates. They are all based around floating point numbers. This is like, fine, sure, great. However, I think it makes sense. It just doesn't make sense if you just like keep them all to yourself. So I want to I want to like take the component types, these element type things, probably the scalar thing, which I need to convert into a different format. Keep track of all of the different data types separately. Make them their own thing. Make them into a thing. Yes. Okay. Sometimes reading the code is the most important part. Because if you don't know what you're doing, you don't plan ahead, it becomes chaos. And while I embrace chaos on most days, there's also a whole sense of, well, maybe I shouldn't be quite so chaos today. That might maybe not entirely recommended. Because I'm gonna need 2 windows, I think. Go up here, all the way to the top. Which I should just use the keybind for going all the way to the top for, instead of not doing that. Wait, there's like structures in here? What the heck? Also these delete routines. I could just make those a little bit shorter while I'm here. Whilst I'm here. Seems like a good time as any. I don't even know what these mean. What even are these variable names? The decisions of the past were very interesting ones. Very well and truly. Could do host equals h, like so, and then we could put that on a line. String to fl underscore string to fl. Who did that? Key. Key is the name of the engine. Yeah. The project had a different code name for a while, and then I like internally renamed it to like Key, made it shorter. Like that sounds like a good idea, right? Right? Maybe. Maybe not. It seems like a good idea to me, though. I'm gonna need, like, another window. Or maybe we don't. There, that's what I want. I want the element type. The primitive type. So the attributes... Attribute info... Attribute info. This can come in different flavors, I think. Today is in fact Orange Day. He's very orange. Truly. Until I get tired of it and then switch to like silver again. Who knows? Maybe it will be silver tomorrow. Maybe it won't. I will know. I will know. Until I know. Well and truly in the orange realm. Ow, 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 ow. I'm thinking that maybe, just maybe, I come up with like a couple of I don't know. I had a thought and then I lost it. Oh, I hate it when that happens. You ever just have like a thought? You're like, yes, yes, yeah. Wait, what was I thinking about again? And tell you what, it's the worst. It's literally the worst. Nope, I think I got it again. So, like, I have a bunch of these element types. Yeah? Yeah. Very, very common element types. There will be like a subset of these that makes sense when also paired with the accessor for different levels of components. Like, for instance, if I have scalars, they can be almost any data type. It's not very helpful. But when it comes to like vector 3, vector 3 is probably not going to have terribly many of the different flavors. I say reluctantly before I just realize how many different flavors there are for like vector 3s of things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The vector 3s of things. Yep. Mm-hmm. The signs types, well, you'd think that, but for like color data types, the values are usually unsigned. So you like have a vector 3 of like 3 unsigned bytes for the red, green, and blue between their minimum and maxima. That's a thing. Or you might have like a vector 4 of like unsigned short, and that's for all of the different color components. Because that's a thing. So maybe I leave the data element types and the element info kind of maybe separate? I think? For now? But I definitely want like a structure to describe the element. Specifically, very specifically, I think it's going to be like a string view. Because reasons. And that's going to be the name of the element. Why string view? Why would I do string view? I don't know. And then we'll have like the element size. It's not going to be very big. Blurry vision. You know, you could have asked. I can make the text bigger. Probably not much bigger than this. This may be my limit. Unless I have like a bigger monitor or something. I have stuff off the screen. I could have stuff go off the screen. C++. You don't need to understand the C++, do you? Do you? Do I even need to understand the C++? Would it make more sense if I like wrote the entire thing in like Zig or Rust or who knows what? Because I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm doing kind of okay today, I think, maybe. So I want like a constant element info array. Thing. Array thing. Yeah, we could have element info, and then we could have like an extern constant element info. Maybe it can be a span. Span sounds fun. Let's include span. Course is not used. I didn't put the thing in the thing yet. Yeah. Like a span of constant element info. A constant span. I can do that, right? Right? Right. So then we do the constant span constant element info. The element info is going to be a span of elements info array. So what are we gonna put in here? We have the name of the thing. This is a byte, which is a string view, and then there is a size of 1. The all-important size of 1. So I could just take all of these. Which is what I will do. Exactly what I will do. And then we'll just, substitute. Everything. Like case. Everything. Size equals. And then I'm going to take that number. And then we're going to find everything else until we get to like a quote mark. Then we're going to find a word. We're going to find the other quote mark. Then we're going to find everything else. but I want that word. And then we're going to convert that into a structure. With a comma after it. Well, that was a lot more complicated than it probably needed to be. I forgot the string view suffix. I'm doomed. I'm doomed to forget the string view suffix. Whatever shall I do? I guess I could also make like an access size or something. Or I could make like another enum. Copy size. The copy size. Copy type. Enum. So it would be copy type. Could be a U8, I guess, maybe, sort of. Because I ran into this the other day. And there's just going to be a very small handful of these. There's going to be... there's going to be, because it could be like... Well, I don't know if it makes sense to include any info about the sign whatsoever. Because it doesn't. We can copy 8, we can copy 16, we can copy 32. Oh, we can copy 64. I think, maybe. I'm not sure about that. Unless I make more options. Make more options. Well, you can copy 12 bytes. You could copy 12 whole bytes. Yum. Nobody wants to copy 12 bytes. Nope. I've got the comma. The all-important comma. This is such a meta class right here. Very, very metadata. Alright, so now I have a collection of metadata with some flavor. I could probably also do maybe I could do like spam constant element info, do element info, or like get element info. Yeah, and then we'll pass in an element type. So if I do element info, and then we get like the element, I think we could do indexing, I think. No viable conversion. Oh, yeah. We don't want to return the spam. We want to return the item that I'm actually interested in getting the info about. Yeah. Probably help. Probably. Imagine using spam for something useful. Be like, ooh, spams. I don't use enough spams in my code. Also, we have hydration, which is fantastic. I was taking a bunch of sips. But to properly hydrate would probably be better. Would be better, maybe. Yummy. The yummy water. The delicious water. No, what more could I ask for? Not water? Where does element name get used? Element name. We're gonna replace that with the address of its string view, I think. This will be like constant auto, and then there's gonna be like some element info, which is a thing that definitely exactly already exists. I don't actually need to expose the data type, I don't think. The mouse? Yeah, I like resizing the panels with the mouse. Sue me. Don't sue me. I don't have legal representation. I'm allowed to move the UI like elements with a mouse. This is a thing. Or paste. If I come from another program, I have with a mouse in hand, then it will paste. Otherwise, no. Can you imagine if somebody were just to come along, just like clip all the little moments where I'm like using the mouse in Vim, and it's just like resizing this thing or pasting stuff. Or doing that other thing. The info has the name in it. So we actually have to do that. We can just do accessor element size equals element info size. Get rid of this obnoxious switch statement here. Maybe I go for this if-else chain here. Vim, please. Vim, please. Vim, please. See, this is less obvious how to fix because it's a bunch of strings. Strings don't exactly mesh well. They don't mesh well. Make these bigger. Plus the screen is obnoxious. Did it again, didn't I? Yep. We just moved that. Yep. Because it turns out to get the windows exactly how I want them, it's difficult. Why is it so difficult to get the windows exactly how I want them? There was a way to like swap buffers between a window. I thought it was X. But apparently not. That's not the one I'm looking for. Green and little purple lines. That is an extension I added recently. Which tells me like the source control status of a given line. So if it's like the green, it means I've added that line. If it's the purplish color, it means that I have like changed the line. Or I've completely like rewritten portions of something. We just get things. Why is test released in my get status? Oh, that needs to go on the ignore list. I think. Yeah, that's better. Control W. Oh, is there like an X or? There's an X. Change the current window with the next one. There's no current window. Change with the previous window. So it is, but it's just weird. Exchange is only done in the row or column of windows that the current window is in. What is that? That's not helpful. That's not helpful. I wanted like this file to be the model header. And then I wanted this window up here to like go away. Like so. So you can see the structures better, easier. I would go look for them. Lua Misaka. My brain just read that. Luisaka. Luisaka. That sounds like a funny name. Luisaka. 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 That just sounds weird. Why does it sound weird? Delicious water. Absolutely delicious as water. Except it's not. Not delicious enough water. Is it? No. No. No? Maybe. No? Yes? No? No, yes? I don't know what to do about these strings. I just don't know what to do about the multi-component stuff. That's a bit meh. I don't think the attribute subsystem is gonna need that. I say reluctantly. Very highly reluctantly. Yeah. Yeah. Where? This one. This one. The mechanical. I mean, I guess you could call it mechanical. That's what it was marketed as. It's got some decently tactile keys. They're not like super clacky like some of the other ones. The US. You visit the Americas. Then you realize how terrible certain places are. I would say good luck, have fun, but like, Walmart is not a happy place. Why would you want to visit a Walmart? It's like the pinnacle of all the things. I don't even know what the element type here is. Is it in here? Yes, it is in there. Okay. Safari. And if you look to your right, you'll see the lonely wanderer in the ice cream aisle, staring longingly for a food source, waiting to strike. The toilet paper aisle. I don't know if they have a toilet paper aisle or not. There's probably an aisle that has toilet paper on shelves in it, but I don't know if it would be the toilet paper aisle. They like to move stuff around, so that you have to visit lots of different places of the store to get certain things. It's almost like they want people to stay in the store longer to see more products. That sounds like good news, at least. So indexes, yes, I wanted some sort of system that will like keep track of was trying to think of how this would work earlier. So I want to like search for the what's it called? The what's it called? The oh my, the words escape me. The New Jersey. That sounds pretty close to like Connecticut. I know some people from Connecticut. I don't know if I know anyone from New Jersey though. And of course, I live in the midst of the Great Plains. The Great Empty Plains. It's just like cornfields and solar installs and windmills for miles. Sometimes there's soybeans if you're lucky. And then every once in a while there'd be like a glimmer of hope where you think it's like civilization, but it's really like just a handful of buildings. And then out of nowhere there's just a city. And I am in one of these cities. It's just like a small shed in a cornfield. Or maybe there's just like a giant barn in the middle of an empty field, but it's like falling apart. Or maybe there's like a haystack in a cornfield, and you have to find the haystack. I've spent exactly an hour and a half deleting like a few lines and being like, what am I doing? I'm off to a great start today, aren't I? Ow. Ow. I don't even have a shed. I kind of wish I had a shed. Then I could build giant robots inside of it and nobody would know. We'd need electricity though. You gotta weld the robot somehow. Yeah, that's just gonna be like a meme until it actually happens, which I don't think it's gonna actually happen. So I think it's just gonna be a meme. One of my own little personal memes. Just don't let my memes be dreams. Well, I remember what it is. There's like an array of array or vector of attributes. Yeah, that's what it was. It was like a vector of array of attributes. So I want some kind of structure, which is like a vector or an array of attributes, and then all the attributes have the thing that does the other thing, the other thing, and then the vector of attributes is put inside the other thing that does the thing, and then there's like this other thing. No, what must be done? We need a structure. This is like an attribute set. And the attribute set has to have an index, maybe, or an ID. Probably an ID. An ID sounds like a great idea. And then there's probably going to be like a component mask, which I don't know what that's going to be, but I'm just going to set those to 0 for now. And then I'm probably going to want like a span of attributes, I think. Yeah. And then I'm probably also going to want maybe some kind of pointer. Maybe I don't make a pointer. Maybe I just leak all the pointers. I don't think I'm gonna let attribute sets ever get recycled. They can just stay in memory for an eternity. I don't know if I like that plan though. I don't know if I like this plan. Because what if the attributes are not relevant to the thing that I'm no. No, maybe, but no. No, but yeah, but no, but no, but no, but no, but yeah. Oh, but the string, the name of the attributes. I don't need the name of the attributes. The loader needs the name of attributes, but I don't. So we got the attribute name, got this pair of descriptive things. Descriptive things. Descriptive things. Name shows up again there. And then we got a declaration up there. Somehow. Somehow, some way, somewhere. Yeah, so this is going to... I think this is maybe going to be a case where you do a thing. I want to be able to look through all of the attributes, but that means keeping track of them in some way. And I think the only way to keep track of them is to, like, just do a thing and see how terrible it turns out. Can't be all that bad, can it? Or maybe it can, I don't know. I just don't know. You know? Sometimes you just don't know. Until you know. But I don't. So I want to do attributes. The attributes. The attributes set. We will attribute it all to the attributes. The attributes are very attributable. Because, yay. Attributes are attributable. The attributes are very attributable. Very. Very. Yum. Nope, my brain stopped again for a second there. That's not great. So what's inside of one of these? There are the aspect pointers and the offsets. I'm thinking that maybe I keep a set of them. Or we just keep track of that. The thing. The thing. The mask. The mask of different options. What am I doing? Shouldn't I be in the Firefox logo? Well, you know, there's you know, a slight problem here. We might have just too many tabs open. And the foxes escaped. More yummy water time too. Yum yum. Yum yum yum. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are we quite sure about this? I mean, I could activate a bunch of them and be like, here, have a taste. We'll just stress test the Firefox and be like, all the tabs are now active. I'm sure I have a few hundred, if not a few thousand. And most of them sit inactive. I'm gonna need like enums for all of these, aren't I? Well, why? Because I do stuff. I do all the things. Clearly. We do all of the things. Except closing tabs. Closing tabs is a very unique ritual in which the things don't always happen. Where did I put the position? Yeah, like why is this down here? Where I cannot find. I'm gonna put this all the way up here at the top, and then we're going to do, I don't know, something else with all of this. This, that, and the other thing. I suppose I could make like a format smoothie of all the different options. Like I have data types. Format smoothie. Delicious. This should be like 0, 1, 2, 3. And then this one would be like 4, 5, 6. And this one would be 7, I think. Which is 3 bits. Yeah, 3 bits. And then we have like 6 or 7. 8. We have 8 aspects. 8 aspects at 3 bits each. And then we'll just put them all together into a hash. It's only 24 bits. That would totally fit inside of a UINT 32. As long as I don't have multiples. If I have multiples, I am doomed. I'm just doomed. Or if I combined all the different aspects together in new and exciting ways, then I might really be doomed. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. I think the hash, though, is going to be like, or like a high level. Oh, this is what I have. Maybe I should just like make a flag of all of the different things. Yeah, maybe. So when loading attributes, we could do the attribute probably towards the end here. All the way at the end. We could set in the attribute mask the data bit, probably at well 56 left shift by the attribute info. Index. And then we'll increase this by 1. Because I don't think there's going to be that many. Not very many. Too many things. A working game. A working game? I guess that depends on what's considered a working game. But probably not for a while. Considering how low of a level I go with all of this stuff. I guess if I kept up with it, like, every single week, then I could have something that sort of kind of works maybe in a few months. Assuming physics doesn't just eat me again. Which hopefully it won't. Because I already have a whole bunch of internal features that I was working on before with the old renderer that let me do some actually kind of interesting things. But they weren't exactly all that well fleshed out. And it's not just about graphics either. Like, there's also like this whole client-server networking model that I have to get fixed. That thing needs to probably get a really major rewrite. I want to do more scripting stuff. Single-player games. If I wanted to make single-player games, I don't think I would necessarily make my own engine unless I wanted to do something weird like have voxels. Lots and lots of voxels. I don't know how many engines are out there that use like voxel or voxel based things. They're not readily available, obvious either. If I'm honest. So I don't know. I don't know what I want. Now that I have this mask of things, then I could do a search, a scan, a thing where I process the attributes. the engine, what is it that it will do? I want it to do a few things. One is that I want the physics system to behave a very specific way. Yes, that's incredibly vague. A very specific way that existing physics engines kind of just don't seem like they do. Like, for instance, one feature that I want is, I guess you would call it like gravity gradients or something like that. Where you could fall into like a gravity field, and the amount of gravity acceleration applied depends on where you are in the field. It'd be like a gravity vector field or something. Which you can sort of simulate in some other engines, but the performance just won't be there. And then another thing I wanted was like at least semi-stable orbital dynamics for I think mostly just the inert objects and possibly some of the spaceships. I'm gonna give the spaceships probably like this sort of silly FTL type drives. But there's still gonna be like orbital mechanics. So you can like come out of FTL and hopefully insert yourself into an orbit. And if you don't, you fall out of the sky into the celestial body you're approaching. And I think I want them to be like based around the concept of warp drives. It's not just gonna be like you travel in a straight line. No, it's gonna be like your trajectory through the FTL path is going to be dependent on the gravity vector field. So if you activate your warp drive too close to a planet, it will like probably just fling you around the planet and then into some random direction into space. So you have to use it like strategically. There's stuff like that. I also want to have like an atmospheric pressure system, so you can like vent all the air out of a spacecraft, and it will sort of behave properly. I don't know if I want there to be survival mechanics or not, just given the level of chaos that could ensue from being in space, but maybe. That one has to give some thought. Time. I don't know if I want to make time flow slower when there's gravity, because it's already hard enough to do time. Time dilation does not make anything easier for me. If anything, it makes things more complicated. Something else I wanted to try and experiment with was like conservation of energy in the physics simulation. Because you see it a lot in game physics, where you drop an object onto another object, and instead of like landing there and staying put, it starts like jiggling and vibrating randomly. Essentially, energy is entering the system or not leaving the system. So I'm like, well, if I tracked the amount of energy being put into the system. Like, maybe I could detect that weird case. Because the thing about physics engines is that a lot of them are based around what's called the collision response mechanism, where, hi there, where the objects don't actually collide with each other, in air quotes. Instead, the objects are allowed to be momentarily intersecting. And this almost sounds like it's a perfect opportunity for, like, the paint. Because I did a whole bunch of stuff about light mode paint, by the way. This even has like 2 squares. And this square on the to the left here, this one is moving. So it has like a motion vector. So you could say that at any given point in time, your motion vector is going to tell the game engine that every game tick, which is a finite amount of time, you're going to like move to one of these positions. And then eventually, it's just going to keep moving. And it's going to be like stuck inside of the other object. And this is how most physics engines work. So now, we weren't colliding here. We weren't intersecting the other object during this tick. But now on this next tick, suddenly, we're inside of another object. So we ran intersection, and it says this shape that just moved here is now touching this other shape here. We don't want that. So, in response to this, the physics engine implements what's called collision response, which is like where you take the shape that you just intersected here, and then you just like move it again. So you look at its velocity vector, you look at this intersection, and you go, you know what? You can like bounce off. You can like go this way now. Also, get out of my bounding box, so it will like either put you back where you were, which would probably be kind of weird. And I think a lot of them might do that. I don't exactly know. But if you do that, then you're not going to like have... They're not going to be intersecting. You're not going to be contacting this other object anymore. So there's 2 approaches. You could either like just move the box over here, assume it bounced off. You could do like a bunch of like you could start doing like a bunch of like intermediate phantom calculations, like what if the box had only moved this much during this time step and it's still intersecting? What if the box had only moved this much during that time step? Oh, it's not intersecting. So we'll make that one the new position. But that takes extra iterations. That's how things end up lagging out if you get too many collisions. Because it has to determine what to do when stuff intersects. And it gets very messy, as you can tell. Just by looking at it. And then if there's another object somewhere, well... I think you're doomed. I think you're just doomed. So, backing up the simulation in like small slices, that gives probably one of the better collision responses. What happens between the ticks is out of control. I mean, sort of. Sort of, yes and no. It's kind of based around the whole mathematical integration problem. Which means, like, applying the principles of, like, calculus to integrate your position. Which basically just means adding everything up and being like, oh, you're here now. Now, I'm not about to solve a bunch of calculus equations for every random object on the screen. It does not sound like a good time. So, a lot of engines use, like, approximations. And when you start approximating things, then eventually you end up in, like, weird edge cases. Another thing that's a very big common problem is that these are squares. A lot of the shapes in physical simulations, they have to be convex. It means like they have to be squares, or they have to be circles, or they have to be like, they could be hexagons, or they could be the triangle. What the heck happened there? The lovely triangle. And then they will all just like, they will all play nicely with each other. You could like copy this circle, you could copy the hexagon, and you could like drop them on top of one another. And then we put like a triangle over here, and they'll stay put. They'll behave. However, if you have something that isn't one of these shapes, it's not convex, it's concave, then the algorithms fall apart. Like, what if we have two squares, but they're like glued together, and we treat them like one single shape? This is where things really start to fall apart. And so you drop the two squares on like a hexagon. Oops. Not this one. Then, you know, most of the time something might happen that makes sense, or it might not. Like, let's say this shape is up here. And then there's like a wall here. Yeah. We're just gonna get rid of this. Let's just make these red. These are gonna be walls. And the shape here, this one is going this way. Towards the shape of the hexagon. So this is just gonna like slide forward, and then eventually it's going to like intersect according to one of the intersection tests. But it's gonna intersect over here. So we're going at an angle. Now we want to make this shape bounce off of the wall. Because of course we do. Why wouldn't we? But if we make the shape bounce off the wall, Now its new vectors, let's say it's going to be like this way, going down. So we give it like a collision response by moving it. But now that it's been moved, a problem exists. The shape that was intersecting is no longer intersecting. It's like this half of the square is no longer touching anything. But now the other part of the shape is touching the hexagon in the corner. It's a weird corner. You know what our vector is? It's like perfectly tangent to the hexagon or something. So the hexagon is like, oh shoot, you can't. Well, how'd you get here? We have to stop this at once. So it will take like the motion vector, and it will like compute like I guess it would be like the bounce of the motion vector. And the motion vector that we bounce is going to be like I don't know, let's say it's this way. Because we're like, how? And then the shape is going to get moved in response to collision along that vector, I think. So that would be like here, and then we're going to go up until we're no longer touching the hexagon. Guess where we are? We're inside the wall again. Not only are we inside the wall again, but we're further inside the wall this time than we were the last time we were here. The shape has acquired energy according to the collision response system. Physics has been fundamentally destroyed. Just because we poked the corner of a hexagon. This is why physics is difficult. And if you just let it keep going, it will bounce to and fro until it either like gains enough energy to clip through the universe, or it somehow manages to chaotically free itself from the weird situation it's got itself in. Either that, or the shape has to have like some sort of memory of where it was. And there isn't really an easy way of like trying to solve that sort of thing. So the whole thought is that I would implement this notion of energy, and if objects like get too close to too close to like an orbital center, or they get stuck in some sort of weird collision response, they don't acquire like light speed amounts of energy, or really they're not supposed to acquire any kind of energy. If shapes hit each other, energy is supposed to be essentially lost by the system. Collision response fundamentally adds energy. So I'd have to like come up with a either different way of managing that, or like work around that in a completely different method altogether. And somewhere in my giant directory of random projects, there's like a 2D physics engine which models like a bunch of like particles. They're just treated as like circles, and they're allowed to intersect each other and exhibit collision response. And it was kind of like my test bed for trying out different integration problems outside the bounds of having to like figure out all the different things. And it doesn't really... I need to probably revisit that, do more prototyping in it, because I think whatever physics I ended up with there is still kind of fundamentally broken in weird ways. Very, very weird ways. So yeah. It's gonna be a thing that I have to do at some point. I'm definitely gonna have to revisit. When this gets pushed into the attributes, things get difficult. You subscribed? Thank you. Re? That's just kind of... That's very kind. I don't get enough subscribers. Until, like, somebody shows up and gifts a ton of subs to, like, everybody. You know who you are. You're out there, I know it. The growth is slow. It kind of feels that way. Does kind of feel that way. At least I'm not like the most... I don't know. Sometimes I think my lack of enthusiasm works against me. Kinda doing okay though. I think I'm doing okay for what I do. I stream for a lot of hours though. A lot. So many. Yesterday, whether I intended it or not, the stream lasted for like 13 something hours. Like, that was a time. That was definitely a time. Primitives. The primitives. I want the attributes to be... Oh, will I make a vector of the attributes? And we'll put that out here. And then the primitive can like have access to, because it would be like an attribute set object or something. Something. Most of my streams are usually, they usually top out at like 8 hours. Occasionally they will be shorter. Not too often though. Like if I have stuff come up or if I start too late, then they end up being like shorter streams. Because I do stuff, I do other stuff some days, certain specific days of the week. Like certain number of the weekdays, I get together with some other people and I play Final Fantasy 14, the MMO. I usually end my streams before that. Because I don't do well playing games on stream. Except for maybe that one time where I did Factorio a little bit. That went okay for me. Apart from the fact that I didn't get very far in the factory. Though the factory is real. Write me? Write me? What if I don't want to write me? Where did that come from? Well, that's probably where I stopped yesterday. Materials. Yeah, I stopped at materials. I don't really want to do materials today. I want to do attributes and make sure that stuff can like render properly or get forwarded to the rendering layer with the appropriate offsets so that the what's it called? The shaders. So that the shaders can render the things that they're supposed to render. So I want to push these into like a vector of attributes. Attribute object. Attribute info. Yeah, so at the other end of this for loop, we should have a vector of attributes. And we have an attribute mask. So I want to take those two things and then we want to like find or make an attribute set from the attrib vector and mask. And then whatever we found. Yeah, something like that. So that's gonna be like consisting of like search all sets for a matching mask, else add it. And then we will, if we find a matching, matching mask. Then we're gonna check all of the attributes in the set. We're gonna need like the elements equal the component names have to equal the attribute things. Attribute names have to equal, I think, maybe. This includes the custom ones. Yeah. Yeah, and there's also like the number of attributes in the set. I have so many words for these things. So, I want to do stuff like that. I'm writing it out in sort of like pseudo instructions because I need to get up for a minute. I think it's gonna be a really good time for a short break. A short break. Maybe it's not a short break, maybe it's extra break time. Yeah, extra break time. Yeah, and then I'll go poof here for a moment. Super ultra mega. You forgot the Ultima. The Ultima is even more ultra. Or maybe the Omega break. The Omega. The Omega. Omega break. Omega break. My toes. No, don't do that. Yeah, I lose. Yeah, I should actually get up now. if I just return. It will save me a break. Will it though? Will it though? Will it though? Changing hair color. Also, changing hair color. That sounds funny. Imagine if I did that. And just be like, oh, I have green hair now. Oh, I have blue hair now. Yep, back to silver. That's a thing, right? I have some food. I want to numb on the food. So don't mind me. Just gonna do my thing in the corner here, maybe, perhaps. I'm eating delicious invisible nom noms. That's hilarious. New eating animation. It's just you like nom, and then doing nom 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 nom. No one will ever know. What's a mukbang? I don't even know. I don't know if the eating animation thing is kind of distracting, so maybe I just turn myself off for the duration of numbing on the numbs. pool and hot tub. I don't know if I can keep the water all that warm. My room is full of fans. Lots of blowy fans. And then I would need some way of like doing it. So I don't know if that's very plausible for a while. I don't know if that's plausible for a while. Hmm. Guess what? The food has been eaten. Absolutely deliciously eaten. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Oh dear. They're like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, where was it? I was in them and I was going to something. I'm gonna write this function with the attribute sets with the vectors. Yeah. I'm gonna write this function with the attribute sets and the vectors. Yep. Finally, yeah. No, don't draw attention to it. You're not supposed. You didn't see anything. Don't have a problem, okay? No. 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 It was always this color. I swear. It was you? You mean not me? Not me, you? Oh, really? It turned purple all of a sudden. I don't know. The world tastes purple all of a sudden. Uh, yeah, just look over there. Yes, yes, over there. I saw nothing. Absolutely not. Something? Just something? Just a little something, something? I didn't put my plate away. I gotta do that. I was like, wait, what am I forgetting here? Yeah, I'm gonna have to put that in the place that it goes. Okay, now I'm good. Now I'm good. Now I'm absolutely set. I think. Where? Screen. Switch screen. Scene. Switch scene. Back to this scene. Right, plate has been put away. Yeah. My nails are kind of frayed. I need to snip those again. At least the edges. File them, make them look nice. Just things. Just things. So I want to find... I want a pointer. To an attribute set. This is gonna be something like... I don't know. Find... Get attribute set. And we need to give it some things. Some things. Kind of things do we need to give it? We need to give it a return type. Probably an attribute set pointer. And then I want the attribute mask, probably. Or I could just give it like the span. Make it figure out the mask internally. Yeah, maybe I do that. We have a description. We have an element count. We have an info. The info has the element count in it. Okay. There's gonna be like an element something, then there's gonna be like an info structure. And then there's going to be like number of elements. I guess the fact that the custom one is going to have different indexes or element size. That might be I'm gonna have to keep track of that. I'm gonna have to keep track of that. So I want this little description in here. Keep kept. Keep kept. What would be the data type? A vector? I guess it would be like a vector, or I could make a span of them. A span is pretty flexible, right? Right? Or maybe. Give like a span of attribute. Or maybe like constant attribute. I guess. Kit Kat cereal. You know, I gotta say, it just does not sound appealing to me. That's like one of those remixes that sort of like starts out sounding like a good remix of a classical song, and then it's just not. I get that feeling a lot. Still, I want to like look through all of these sets. Which is like, I don't know, constant auto reference attrib in attribs. Don't have enough ribs. And then it's like the aspects, and then we get the index. And then we have all of the data that we could possibly ever require. Will help narrow down the great search in all of the attribute sets. Which means that we do another 4. And then we look for 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. The attribute set reference in the attribute set, which is actually a pointer to a thing. So I would want the component mask. It's like if the mask is equal to the attribute mask that we came up with. Or no, how about we do it the other way? If it's not, then we will continue all the way around to the beginning until we find nothing. If we find nothing, then we want to add a set. And to add it requires creating a new attribute set object. attribute set is a make unique attribute set. Then we have an ID, which is equal to the set's size, I think, yeah. And then we have the component mask, which is what we found before. And then we have the array itself. I think that's an array, or is it a vector? It's a span. Even better. Even better. I don't even know what that means. What does this mean for me? More problems. It means more problems. Hey, how many are there? Is there like a size? There's a size. Span to the rescue? Maybe? This is going to be a standard. No, it's not going to be a standard. It's going to be an auto attribute array of size. And we're going to make a new one. Gasp. New. Yay, but new. Music. This music? This music. Song. Gotta make sure it's actually playing, because it ended as soon as I like looked at it. But yeah. Fancy commands. Well, some of them are fancy. Some of them aren't so fancy. I should probably make my own. That might be nice. Just like randomly make my own commands. Command chat thing. Command chat thing. Span. I was making a span. Why does everyone think that the C++ is Rust? What did I do to deserve this? It's just C++. Which is like the origin language that Rust sprang forth from. There's probably a lot of similarity. But Rust took it like a step further and also added like some pattern matching stuff, and then they like redid how the object model works. What does it do? Attribute array Then we'll do the size that we allocated. And then the string gets spat out here. Yes, it does. That command gives like random quotes. Random air quotes. But let's just say that it picks some quotes a little more than others. Kind of like I do. But not in the same way. It's really weird. I just maybe like make it shuffle so that it doesn't give the same responses between streams, or it gives them less frequently. Kind of like stochastic shuffles. Weighted random. And just give everything random weights. Colors can change the perspective of language. I think I have like another color scheme. Monokai. I don't think I've tried those. I don't know what they look like. I saw this one in like a list of different color schemes and I was like, that one. That one. The hair. You cannot put parameters. Putting parameters is all kinds of E. Many variants. Too many variants. Yes. This leaks for the life of the program. Re. Happy holidays. With the backslashes. Re. Aye. The Galaxy Cube emote got removed. Who took away the cube? Were you abusing the cube? Do I need to make another cube? Do I have to make my own cube? I have a pretty nice cube. You know, the one that sometimes shows up in the what's it called? The overlay thing. That cube. The black box. I kind of wanted to turn that into an emote. Could make it animated even, because it already is. I don't know if that's a cube. Certainly close to a cube. It's a cuboid, but is it a cube? Or maybe I make the channel points into something, like a cube. Or maybe I make them triangles. Never have enough triangles. More triangles in my diet. Span? Yeah, I didn't do the span. I need to do the span. I need to copy all of the things from the source into the destination here. We got attribute. The attribute. This should be a variable. a pointer. Yeah, that's what it's called, a pointer. So what I want to do is like star pointer plus plus equals attribute. Return attribute set that we created? No. We have to push the attribute set. Which is like, set pointer equals attribute set get. And then we do attribute set push. And then we'll move the set object. Pointer thing. Manage smart pointer. Move the smart pointer in there. Could you imagine if I had to make this nonsense with Rust? I don't know if I would survive. There'd be errors everywhere. I'm gonna fix follow since probably whenever I do my great big maintenance stream. Maybe soon, TM. Because I think it's gonna require, like, writing my own Twitch integrations that will, like, call up the API itself more or less properly. Soon. Let's say, probably next weekend. Web development? Don't get me started with web development. I wrote an emulator. I wrote multiple emulators and stuff that's all TypeScript based. Wait, you're not a cube. Web dev. Web dev is best dev. Is it though? JavaScript is kind of cursed. The server from Etheria? Oh yeah, the Etheria server. Yeah, we don't talk much about the Etheria server. So Etheria is one of my great many projects. It's an MMO. And when it works, it has like a Rust backend. But I really need to start a new project. Twitch bot 3.0. Because the current bot doesn't do Twitch. It only does like Discord, and it only talks to Twitch to get stream titles. It needs to talk to Twitch itself, get other stuff. Forward it to the thing. Infinite projects. Not the infinite I have like 3 game engines. Like 7 half-baked kind of almost game projects. An operating system. Maybe like 5 web servers. Who knows what else? A bunch of like utility programs. Make Windows more tolerable with weird input devices. have a couple of like server things. The yoke. The delicious yoke. It's like a joystick. And then I can like fly the mouse cursor around with the joystick. And it's actually incredibly usable. Not the fastest thing ever. I don't make jet fighter noises, no. I don't usually make noise. But I'd be damned if I didn't imagine it flying around. It'd be like zoom, zoom, zoom. Wish I could fly my computer around like that. Wish I could fly my code around like that. Sometimes my code needs to fly. Just don't crash it. Seg fault incoming. November Fox Echo Lima. Clear to land, runway 27 right. That kind of thing. Or that's the other way around. Runway 27 right, clear to land. Yeah, that's the way it is. Ready for departure. Beware that first step, it's a doozy. Going around. Nope, don't go around. Don't go round, round, and round, and round, and round, and round. Flight simulator. I don't even have flight simulator. There's something I'd want to get. It's probably flight simulator. I'm a fan of aircraft and flying them. I say a fan of it, despite the fact that I've never actually been on an aircraft before. In flight. I've been on stationary aircraft, but that's not the same thing. So yeah, I've like never actually been in a flying plane. So I'd love to get that opportunity one of these days. One of these days, gosh darn it, there's that phrase again. VR? VR? No, I've never been in VR either. I fell from a great height in VR once, though. Tell you what, that's the freakiest thing I've ever experienced. It's very authentic. You know that sort of gut-wrenching feeling that you're falling? Yeah, that happens in VR. Makes me dizzy. Luckily, or maybe unlucky, my VR equipment doesn't work anymore. So, no more VR for me. Ever. Unless I get another one, which I'm not going to anytime soon. Don't have the means to do so. That's what I get for, like, getting early hardware. Support dropped. Well, because you fell from VR sky, because you are VR. Angel. Not the angel. Early hardware? The Oculus hardware had the Rift development kit and then the Rift development kit 2. You know, like the very, very early stuff. The Rift development kit is kind of crazy. It's like, it comes in like this big plastic carrying case. And it's got like foam inserts for everything. Oculus is from Meta? I mean, it is now. It didn't used to be. It was like a Kickstarter startup thing. And I had bought in on, I think it was the Kickstarter for like a development kit. And then I think at some point I was able to like pre-order a development kit too. I don't remember the exact timeline. But yeah, I had that thing for a very long time, and then when the when Facebook took over Oculus, because it's not, they weren't, I don't even think they were Meta back then. I think they were still like Facebook as an individual entity. When they took over Oculus, they kept support for a little while, but then like the gradually like the older hardware started to just be straight up deprecated, and then the Rift in the Kickstarter, I think it promised to be consumer VR. Like VR wasn't even a thing back then. Or if it was just like in professional space. Very expensive. Because there wasn't like a whole lot of different things. So eventually like Facebook bought Oculus. And then Facebook some point rebranded to Meta. I don't know when that happened, but it did. But it was sort of like during like the Facebook era where like they started like requiring like Facebook accounts to use Oculus development kit hardware, and I was like, nope, no thanks. Not into that. Don't like Facebook. Not getting an account. Use my VR headset that I bought that I did not use an account for previously. Nope. Go jump in all the rivers. Especially the icy cold ones. I'm so evil, aren't I? Yeah. So I'm gonna look through these. We want the beginning. Begin. We want the begin. Because everything has a beginning, has an end. Exercise. Jump into the icy cold abyss. Don't know about that. It was refreshing. I still don't know about that. Refreshing. Everyone knows he's actually a lizard. Lizards love the water. Very refreshing. Very amphibious. Right? Right? No. Wait, I think I want the size. Wait, if the set attribute size is not equal to the attribute's size, then we'll continue. Or, then I think I need those. I'll just get rid of that. Get rid of that one. Or let me leave that one. That's part of the if now. You're part of the if now. So I'm going to begin on this one, and then we will do a little bit of a 4, or maybe a 4. A very suspicious 4. It's like, well, this... No, this one not equal to the end. We'll do this iterate, this iterate, because that's a thing. And then I want to do a bunch of comparisons. Need more room. Give me more room. I like how the conversation just kind of went kaput. Kaput. End of line. Perfect opportunity. Drink more water. Yeah, more water. End of line. Been a very bad program. End of line. Oh, this window can be the bigger window. This window can be the best window. Yeah. Take all the attributes in the set. The elements must be equal. So we have The input elements attribute elements something elements. The elements that are elemental to all elements. Elementary elements to all elements. I guess there would be like the element type, size. Maybe almost everything, honestly. Because it would have to be like aspect, it would have to be like offset. It would have to be element type, size. We need the count of elements. Maybe the name of the element. Maybe. I guess if the aspect is 7. I basically want to test if all of these things are equal to another set. So I could almost just like implement the operator equal or something. Yeah, how about we do that? We'll do operator equal constant attributes reference that thing. This is a constant. This is throw no exceptions. Of course, we're programming over here now. It's gotta keep you on your toes. Unlike me, I cannot be kept on my toes anymore. It's going to return aspect equals that aspect and offset equals that offset and element type equals that element type. The element size equals that element size and element count equals that element count, and I think we need to have an aspect for sure. Isn't it weird if we didn't? Mentioning something that would be a pain to implement in Rust earlier. What that was, this entire project, this whole entire project, and basically would have to like almost just start over. Doesn't feel like that would be very viable. Because porting from Rust to Rust from C++ is extremely non-trivial. It works for like simple cases. The more level of complexity that a C++ program introduces, the more number of nuanced incompatibilities it causes. Like, you just can't design stuff exactly the same way. There's just so many things that, like, the C++ will just, like, let you get away with. Whereas, like, Rust is like, no, don't do that. That's very unsafe. You didn't tell me that you're trying to be unsafe. Which, I mean, you could just be like, everything is unsafe. We're using pointers in Rust. This memory that points to an array of, like, bytes over here that I've just freshly allocated from the operating system. Yeah, we're just gonna treat this like this structure of, like, floating point numbers that actually contain, like, pointers. But only if you, like, bit shift them the other way. And then we're gonna dereference those. I don't know if starting in Rust would have made this any easier or not. This would be like aspect not equal to 7. Or name equals that name. Yeah, there's a return statement. It's not aspect. We have to dereference. Get the index. Index 7 is special. Dereferencing mention. Not the dereferencing. Anything but that. Maybe if I had started this project with Rust, it would have been a little bit easier to maintain. But when I started this project, it's just like this one little tiny itsy bitsy little problem that may not be incredibly obvious to anyone. Rust didn't exist back then. This project is ancient. When I say ancient, I truly mean ancient. I wasn't kidding about that. So, let's see, I want the set attributes iterator. I want to reference those, that they do the test. Can I do a not equal? Did I just change my hair color? No, it's been this hair color for at least an hour. I don't know where you were. Why move to Rust at all, though? Probably for Rust language features. Like, if there's one thing that I like about Rust, it would probably be their pattern matching system. their first class support for like strings. Probably also their wide pointers. Like C++ has stuff like span, but span is just not the same. Span just kind of hits different, as opposed to like a wide pointer. Well, if there's one thing I do like about C and C++ by extension, is that they have a compatible, well-defined ABI. So like you can take your C programs and like we know how objects get put into structures, how they'll pop out at the other end. I think if you want to do that in Rust, you have to be very, very explicit about it. Let's see, what do I want here? I want to take this crazy thing here. And I want to oh, what do I want here? I sort of want to find out if these are not equal. And then, like, break out of the thing. And I think there was a thing for that, but I don't remember what it was called. So, I think I'm gonna do it with a closure instead. A lambda. Which is like one of those thingies, one of those thingies. I'm gonna return a bool. And then we're gonna do this for loop here. Yeah. I will. I'm getting there. And this is gonna be like a return false or something. I don't know. And then if this must be like not equal. Very not equal. Then we will return false. Otherwise we will return true. We don't check through the attributes. Now, if we do, we have managed to check all of the attributes. I mean, I could just make this a variable. I don't know if I like the variable approach, but it is less indentation. I'm going to assume that it is true, otherwise we can say that it is false. And then we will break from the 4. And if it is true, then we will return the attribute set as a pointer, a regular pointer. There's gotta be a more elegant way of writing that. I don't know if I'm gonna find one though. I could go hunting around the deepest, darkest depths of the C++ reference. But it usually does not end well for me. Nope, that's not the window. Was reference algorithms. I think it was algorithms. Transformation, order, sorting, sample, partition, search, merge. I think it's merge. What does merge do though? Copy. No, don't want that. Lexicographical compare. The inner product of two ranges of elements? That might be useful. Sum of products. Maybe not. I mean, it could be, but maybe not. The operator 1. Inner product makes no such requirement. So, I mean, I could do an inner product, I guess, and have it be like a bunch of like ands or ors or something, but I'm technically comparing ranges to one another. I'm not entirely sure what I would use in that case. Maybe set union? Or set intersection? What's something that can exit early? It isn't gonna like necessarily generate something. Includes maybe. Equal. I kind of want like the opposite of include. I don't know if they have something like that though. That's kind of a eh. Yeah. Crunchy snacks? I don't even know if I have any crunchy snacks. I don't know that I have crunchy snacks. However, I did take a little break about an hour ago. Eat some proper food. That was good. I had a I got a plate of like what's it called? Shrimp scampi. It was quite delicious. It's like a shrimp thing with like noodles and some other stuff on it. You can look it up probably. Overwhelming quantity of pretzels. Maybe if the pretzels have like pizza flavoring in them or something. You know, the shrimp themselves didn't really contribute a whole lot to the flavor. Mostly just the texture. I wonder if it's possible to make without the shrimp. Or make it with something else instead. Taking notes, are we? Oh, what kind of food to get me? Hmm. 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 So, yeah, I don't think there's a much better way of writing this, unfortunately. I have derived but a single thing. Ugh, I should be using the mouse for not doing mouse things. I should be using keyboard to do keyboard things. Like figuring out where I'm looking for things. So that's the primitive. And then the primitive is so primitive. So I want to call this function that I made, which is like get, was it an attribute set? And then we're going to pass in a span. So we pass in the attributes, which is a vector. I think that's close enough, I guess. No member named attribute set. Why not? Why is there not an attribute set? Attribute set pointer. It's gotta be constant. It's definitely gotta be constant. I'm gonna put it up here somewhere. Yeah. Front and center. Don't think that's what it was called. Think that's a pointer. And we want the pointer to unpoint at the pointer. Yeah, there we go. Then I'm kind of hoping that will... what is it? I'm kind of hoping that it will, like, tell me what the attribute set thing consists of. Pointer. Attribs. Maybe it should be the attribute set. That might make more sense. Wait, why is this not a pointer? Is this not a point? That's not a pointer. Apparently that's not a pointer. Thank you for resizing all of my windows. I didn't ask for that, but you did it anyway. Trouble plugins like, you're welcome. I'm pleased to be of assistance. Trouble plugin is potentially a goblin. I have many concerns. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Just delete all of that. I want the primitive attribute set. I want to get the ID out of there. Yeah, just tell me what the thing is that I actually loaded. All I want to know is whether or not I successfully figured out that the format is the same across both of them. And so I can tell whether or not I did the thing in a manner that is conducive to the thing that I do. It's not gonna blow up, is it? Nope, I think I'm good. Console like spews out tons of like debugging information as all the systems spool up. That's kind of fun. So here we have attribute set 0. And down here we also have attribute set 0. You know what that means? That means I've done it. I have successfully figured out how to successfully succeed at checking whether or not attribute sets are the same. And then I made up this thing called attribute sets. And it's basically just all these little format things. The position, the normal, the texture coordinate. Those. All of those. So next, I want to take the attribute sets that I've found and all the good, tasty stuff. You know, just the things that I do. Now I want water. Look, water. Delicious water. Yum. That's slosh, though. That's slosh, though. Now, why is this nail bothering me so much? Be gone, spiky, frayed nail. Bother me for hours. I must file it. Sand it. Short? They're not short. They're very long and kind of pointy. Sometimes I'll just like reach over to the LEDs and touch the real world. Oh my god. Oh my god, the fingers. Is it though? Not real lore. Then you can you can dig through like my video backlog on Twitch. There's some good ones back there. Not the immersion. Anything but the immersion. Re Can you imagine if you were like part of that that one stream I did so many years ago where I actually put the webcam up? Yeah, that was an interesting one. Don't know how well that went. Don't know if anyone even cares at all because I don't think anyone who watched that stream would have brain interface. Then what the heck are all these clacky noises from? Brain interfaces don't make noise. Do they? Do brains go click? Brains don't go click, do they? Yeah. Brains apparently go click. Who knew? Virtual key presses. Yeah, so I just sampled a keyboard conveniently when no one was looking. And then I just play back the sounds. Well, maybe I should do that for my game. Be like, record some nice juicy key presses. And then when you type on the computers in the game, or you press buttons, they make like little clicking sounds. Might be a bit much. I don't know. I don't know. I just realized that if I change how the rendering system does the thing with the different data types, I'm going to encounter a very significant problem. One that I had not previously anticipated. Yeah, slight problem. The vertex data from the other loaders is still going to be in like the fixed function format. So I have to like add descriptor code to the other model loaders. Which is kind of what my stream title alluded to when I was coming up with it earlier. Which means that I have to like dig through the old code and probably rewrite some of it, despite forgetting exactly how any of it worked. Because, yeah, I don't remember how any of it worked. Some of this goes deep. Very deep. So deep. So this one is, I think it's called like Wavefront or something. Officially. Uses the file extension .obj. It's not really, it's kind of a weird format because it was designed for, like scripting and then like object synthesis or something. But for some reason, a bunch of software still exports to it. Or at least it did. It did. I don't know if I want to keep this, though. To be perfectly honest, it's a pretty annoying format to work with. And I should probably just kind of either convert all of my existing models to a different format, or honestly, maybe re-export some of them. Sounds kinda, kinda, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to think about that. Kinda like that the materials are text-based and can be edited and all. I kinda like the fact that I have multiple importers. Because if I drop support for this one, then I'm not gonna have anything working. Except maybe like the other one. The one. Another project. Format converter. No, I already have one of those. But it doesn't do what I actually want it to do. Like, I don't know what it's like. Don't know what it's like. Nope. Nope. Not a clue. But I guess one thing I could do with these is I could use the new, what's it called? I could use the input parser thing that I wrote for the JavaScript parser. I could make that a generic interface of some sort. Give it the string data. Have it convert all of the floating point data from the wavefront file. Because that kind of does present an interesting thing. And I don't even know what these variables mean. Like C and V and T and M. What? What's a vert set? I think it's object specific. I feel like it's very object specific. So extremely object specific. Now why is there 512? What was I doing with this thing? This is 512 magic number, just sort of sprinkled all over the project. Or the thing. Don't know why it's there. Probably because line was like a fixed size buffer at one point. This is why we have to rewrite things. Because the project changes from out from underneath it, and then it's like, I just meant incrementally changing this thing. But like, there's so many things that it does that we're just, no. I'm just like, no, I don't really want to do that. String to la. String to la. The string tool. Twal. The string tall. The string tall. Does this get... Where does this get used? There should also be like, string to float or something with locale. And yeah, that parses in like the C locale, which is like a pain. Instead of doing like the C locale, I could use my own custom converter, as I prepared earlier. That would make it all better. Or more terrible, I don't know. Can't get more terrible than C locale. I mean, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Data plus I. Find data plus I. What does this do? I is like an index. This is like finding the blank spaces and then just sort of being like, here, parse a floating point number at this index. It will be fine. I promise. There will definitely be something there. So what is this thing? This is a line reader. A line reader. Yep, whatever that does. I mean, whatever that means. It's a templated class, which is designed around the thought that I would interface with a variety of like string type classes. String type classes. has a reference to the data. So one of the things about these so-called line readers is that you can construct them ahead of time, which is not all that great because then you can change the data that they refer to, which I don't know if I want to do. It doesn't seem like what I want to do. But I made like another class for this very thing, and it ended up in like the... Also, why is this in the file system folder? That's yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. It was like memory. Why is this so... That's not... No. The order of all of the search result terms is different. Now, why is it looking inside of cache or build? How do I get it to not do that? That's annoying. How do I get it to not do that? I think the description is like... it's supposed to respect get ignore. But then it doesn't. Like, why? Why is it like this? Does cache need like a slash at the end of it? Nope, it still shows up in the list. Completely and totally ignores get ignore. It's not in my configuration, is it? I don't think so. I don't think so. And before another Vim fixing stream where I'm like, why does it not file? Why does it not file for? I don't even know what it would be called. I don't even know what that would be. It's annoying. I found yet more problems. Every single time I go to do anything, I'm like, why? Why is it like this? Who's responsible? Is it easier weird to type date in a terminal? No, I don't think that's weird. Terminals are incredibly powerful things. It's where your attention is focused. You don't have to like look somewhere. You don't have to like, you almost don't even have to think about it. You just type command, any command. And then a few fingertips. That's a delay though, in my thoughts. A few key presses can get you almost anything you want. That's why command line interfaces are just so darn powerful. You want files? LS. You want files and you happen to be Windows? Forget it. You don't get files. Use Linux instead. Or something. If only you could eat through the terminal. I don't think you'd want that. Then you'd have to be typing like sudo to make sandwiches. I hope you don't forget your password. So there's what's this file? It had convert. It had the convert function. Yeah, maybe I just throw a ton of stuff in there. Be like, yeah, some delicious parsers. You have some juicy, delicious parsers. Maybe I keep this file open. And then we find the JSON file parser thing, which has like the numeric parser in it. Just string view parser. A string view parser. That's a name. Yeah, it's got like save, restore, next character, next non-white space character. If I add a command to be like next line or something like that, then I essentially turn it into the whole. You could probably replace like the line parser. And I'm perfectly honest, it'd probably do a better job of it too. Because that's the way things go, I guess. Parse number could be converted into a thing. A thing that does something else. Yeah. It was like, maybe I factor model loaders today, but today maybe it's something else instead. Convert hex. Convert hex. Where does that get used? Got the next character. We got some returns. While next. Also, I'm just like using a while. Why not more functional programming? Very procedure there. Declarative or something. I don't know what it's called. Is there even a functional way of eating food? Engineering sandwiches? Eating mechanisms? Behold the epic power of mastication. And tremble in fear. Take bites and then you do into iterator for each bite eat. Maybe. Bite unwrap? Wouldn't you want to do like food unwrap, cook, unwrap, eat? Unwrap. Sandwich. Unwrap. And then you pass it to like microwave. like sandwich, unwrap into, and then you pass that to microwave. Then you do dot cook on that. Yeah. Not the dot cook. Yeah, it'd be like microwave. And then it's like food. Unwrap. Into. Info into. Cook. And then it's like, I don't know, time. Milliseconds or something. Then you put it in there for like, I don't know, 60,000 milliseconds. Sure. Seems precise enough for me. Yep. No, no. Don't burn it. First step is it. Oh, what are these? It's just leftovers, I guess. Get rid of that. We're just gonna get rid of that. Microwaves are asynchronous. That's not good. That's not good. Means we have to use like an asynchronous library. A very asynchronous micro theory. Number result. Parse number. The number. You have a value, what is this value? U64. Yeah, I'm just gonna declare this to be like a double reference, and it's gonna be like out, like FP out, and then there's gonna be like a U64 reference. Just return bool, I guess, maybe. And then I don't have to have this like result object necessarily. We can just do like out equals value and u out equals u value. Return true. there. We'll change that. Yep. There we go. Our string is optional. I like these out parameters for some reason. I don't know why, it just kind of appeals to me. Wait, where'd the rest of it go? Down there. How did it get there? How did it get there? The world may never know. The line reader. The line reader. And I think we want the string view parser to be something else. Like, I don't know, it's just a parser? Just a parser? Maybe? Like an input parser or a stream parser. Something like that. Because it's just operating on some sort of input stream. Or maybe it parses tokens. I don't know. It's just a parser. You made it back home. Just in time for me to drink some more water. Yes. Delicious water. Except I've been here for a while. I've definitely been here. For a while. Maybe a bit too long. Is it too long or is it not long enough? I don't know. I'm gonna drink my water though. Very yum. You had to fight off group pressure? Getting another beer like it was the apocalypse. No beer until you finish your tequila. Not the tequila. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. parser. Yeah. Big giant table of numbers. We're gonna get rid of you. Got the parser structure. Got the string literal. Say string.h. What does that get used for? My own string compare functions. I'm almost certain that I don't use any of them, though. They're probably cursed in very mysterious ways. At the moment, I'm thinking refactoring. Just moving stuff between files and then like making my conversion parser thing a bit more of a generic interface that I can use to like parse other things. Because I have to like rewrite one of my model loader parser things. So yeah, we want this function, we want this function. I want this function. I want this giant table. I want the structure for said table. Just the things being things. I want the character thing. We want maybe the convert hex function. I don't know. Just take all of this. All of that. And then we're just going to delete that. And we're going to paste it down here. Or here. Optional string. Optional string. Valid name string. What do we do with the result? We move the result. Okay. So if I make this like a reference thing. I think that will work a little bit better. Because I really don't want to have to use optional. In C++, optional is extremely clunky for whatever reason. It doesn't play nicely with the paradigm that I want. Not that it's inherently bad, it does probably have its place. But when it comes to complex data types, it just feels weird. Did I do my... I don't think I did my thing. All of the white space. Yes, yes. I think the parser needs to go inside of a different file. Probably the header. Why is there all this blank space here? What did I do? What did I do? What am I responsible for here? A terrible memory library? Okay, maybe it's not that terrible, but it's not great. Key malloc is the key engine memory allocator. This happens to have a very specific. I mean, I sort of did write it, but I also sort of kind of didn't. In other words, it's best if we don't look inside of the key memory allocator. I think I might have like showed it on stream once, and yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's bad. But as far as things go, no, that's not on GitHub at all. One of the main reasons being that it's mostly just a wrapper function. The big to-do in it being like, maybe write an actual allocator. I could probably show you if you really, really want to see it, but So let's see. It was like find references or something. No, it was find references. It gets called there. It's declared there. It's called their platform. Yeah, we call the new function, and then we go inside the new function. It calls get process heap from Windows. It's just like wrapping another allocator. Not the worst thing I've ever done, but it's not great. Plus it like throws a bunch of prefix data. Did I ever do stuff with allocation? Get stuff in contiguous memory? Actually, I did something like that once. So, there was a function that I was working on. It was a program. There was a program I was working on once where, I'm gonna turn this song down here. It was, like a radix tree, but like a really scalable one. So, like, I wanted all of the tree elements to end up contiguous in memory, because I would end up with like a ton of them. Just like tens of thousands of entries kind of thing. So I wanted like a really robust allocator for allocating a ton of very same sized elements. Doing like bulk allocation pools of things. So it ended up becoming like a pool allocator of sorts that would allocate all these individual data types contiguously in memory. And I spent a whole bunch of time like trying to figure out how to make like a free function that would be very fast and efficient, and also an allocate function that would be really fast and efficient. So I ended up using like bit masks or something, or bitmaps. A bunch of allocation bitmaps. And each bit was like a slot, and then there was like a list of like free and used locations. I think that was the project for it. Can't say that I remember exactly right. I think I also tried doing something like that for my operating system, which is where I wanted an allocator that would like provision memory in very specific locations. That didn't end well. That used a different structure based around the it was like it was like blocks of I think like extent pointers or something, and it would like merge them. You've hydrated way too much. Give me some hydrate. You know, if I hydrate myself too much, then eventually I'm gonna have to end up dehydrating myself. Yummy. Although I'm probably already dehydrated a bit. Exceptions? We're not gonna. No, no exceptions. No exceptions. So yeah, parser. Parser is like this thing that I made doing the JSON stuff. And then there's like another class I have in the file system called line reader. A line reader is used by I think the main configuration parser, and it's used by the wavefront loader. And I arrived here at this decision to move stuff around because the wavefront loader is horrible. So this kind of like tries to find the end of lines. Find all the ends of the lines. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe, just maybe, I take the line reader And then we convert the line reader to instead of like having a data type here, it could run on probably either like a span or a pair of string view iterators. Like this one. This one works based on iterators, which means it's more flexible in that area. So the line reader could do the same, potentially, except it doesn't. The line reader totally does not. But the parser also doesn't have like a line reader like function of like get to the next beginning of the or go to the next line or something. So I want to add, I guess it would be you'd add a function which goes to the next line. It's not going to work exactly the same because the next function is kind of like an iterator that returns an entire line. But if the parser goes to the beginning of another line, like that should be robust enough, I think. This would be next line. Also, I was gonna make next character return like Unicode code points, but then I didn't. So that's kind of E. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna make a parse hex character function, like convert hex. Convert hex can be a parse hex character. Can be part of parser. C can be like next character. It could be -1, I think, sure. Because then I can do parse hex character. Like so. Oops. I'm gonna get rid of all the nexts. Too many next. Then it will consume characters while also reading and converting them. And maybe I'll leave it as a UN. Sure. Make optional. Why not make it optional? No. Is span? Why is there a span? Why is the span being like... Complain? Why is the span complain? The span is not supposed to complain. I have my music turned down kind of a lot. Let's find all of the returns inside of this function. Make them false unless they are the return. The return. The return is going to be out equals move result. Return true. Yeah. It's only really used in that one place, but still. It's still very much a thing. Where's my cursor? Where's my focus? Yeah, it's not even in the window. Non-white space. Next line. There are no more lines. There will never be any more lines. There are no more lines. We are sorry to disappoint. is the if EOF, then we can do like solve. If cursor equals end, turn false. This function is designed around the idea there will not be any more line or characters read from the current line. It'll like move the cursor to the beginning of the next line. Which I could guess, I guess could be empty. Could be an empty line, you never know. Like, what if the parser was based around the idea that I could have multiple lines? Yeah, that could be a thing or not. Maybe, I don't know. This is gonna be while something. So it would be while 13 is not equal to C, and 10 is not equal to C, and 0 is not equal to C, and cursor not equal to end. Yeah, we will just look through all the lists of cursor. We'll access all of the cursor, and then I shall have my revenge upon the cursor. Revenge upon the cursor. The last position. I don't know what the last position is going to be. I don't know if I want to move the last position. It's a miracle you're awake. Well, I'll have a good sleep then, I guess. You might need it. Good luck with that sleep. Yes. Uh-huh. Last character equals new line. So I guess after we've reached a new line, I guess I would want to check if it's not empty or something. I don't want to increment the cursor. Then move it or reset it. Maybe we want to reset it. Unless the cursor is equal to the end. If the cursor equals end, EOF is true. Return false. No more line for you. I was just gonna make that explicit in there. So we have if is the new line. Then we're gonna increment the lines in some way. The lines are a lie. See, this function is always going to return with column equals 0 no matter what I do. So I don't think I need that. So this is going to increment the cursor. It's like if cursor equals end, then we'll ditch that. If this is something else, then we're going to C is... We're going to update C. A little bit early there. See, the line increment can go outside. I don't really know what I'm gonna do out here. Maybe return true? I guess? Probably. Maybe not. I don't know. Guess this would be while z is equal to 13, or c equals 10, or c equals 0. Like skip over empty lines, I guess. This ends up really... This ends up happening an awful lot. Yeah, a little bit too much. So maybe this should be like check EOF. Yeah. If we hit the end of the file, and then we do all this stuff, and it is all good and fine. I guess we just do that. Be a little bit explicit. I guess I could just put an explicit cursor plus out here. Maybe. Possibly. I always increment. I always do the check. That could do it. Probably. Maybe. Perhaps. Yeah. I think that will do. We're at the end of a line. It's like a space or something. And we'll loop here. Increment the cursor. Make sure it's not the end of the file. Get the next character. If that's the end of line character, it will break out of the loop. It will hit this loop, so it will consume that. If the character was as CR, let's see if we have a line feed after it, and skip that, and then after all of that, we'll grab another character, we increment the line count. Yeah, I think the next line function here is good. Good enough. Or at least I hope it's good enough. If it's not, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I think that should work, though, maybe, perhaps. I'm gonna look at the maybe. I take a glance every once in a while. I don't know if I want to listen to it, though. Might be a bit of a thing. So, like, why would I want that? Like 47 minutes, too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I feel like listening to something like that for 47 minutes right now. Maybe after the stream. Maybe after the stream. Listen bit in detail. Yeah. Why is there a reset? What does reset do? It does what it says on the tin. It resets the pointers back to the beginning. The parser doesn't really have that. The parser just has the cursor and the end, and then it consumes characters. There's no backing up. There's no escape. Although I could probably drop the saved position, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. The saved position is a bit of a thing. It's a bit of a thing. Ay-yum. Ay-yum. So let's see, how would I convert this into the parser paradigm? We have column line, we have saved lines and columns. Last character, end of file marker. The parser is actually kind of a fairly sophisticated class. So I guess instead of the line reader, I could use the parser. Do we have to be a bit more explicit about like initializing them? Like for this one, it's initialized with whatever AFM is. So what next? Line is not a thing anymore. So ditch the line. And then I want to go to the, it was parse special. Parse special. With parse special, I'm going to do save, and then if we return false, before returning false, I'm going to do restore. Been thinking of messing with Vulkan. Then why not mess with Vulkan? Sounds like an idea to me. It sounds very much like an idea. Vulkan for beginners in Vulkan specifically, or beginners in like graphics programming in general? Because they might give like slightly different responses depending. Because in the case of like I mean, as far as programming graphics APIs goes, Vulkan is probably the most verbose. It's probably the one of the more difficult ones to like use effectively. Like, it's not terribly hard to get a fairly simple project off the ground, but it has a lot of little gotchas in it, which you wouldn't necessarily expect. Like, unlike unlike OpenGL is extremely, it's an extremely managed API. It's designed to be very simple for applications to use OpenGL and get stuff on the screen. Vulkan, you can expect to write like at least a few thousand lines for just a basic renderer that puts textures on models. Whereas in OpenGL, you can probably do the same thing in like, I don't know, 50 if you're clever. Maybe not 50. That might be a bit naive, but like 200 lines. That will get you a lot in OpenGL land. But with Vulkan, it's not quite the same. Like, Vulkan requires you to explicitly manage all of your memory and all of your resources. And if you mess up managing your memory, you either crash the program because the host seg faults, or you crash your graphics card and your graphics card seg faults, which does bad things to your operating system is not very happy about this. And to some extent, that's what the validation layers are for. Which, if you're going to do Vulkan, get the validation layers. They're worth it. It's part of like the development kit thing. Next character. So many next characters. Next character should be, I think, a character. Just because reasons. Lots of reasons. Reset. What are we resetting here? It's like load file substring. What if I just want a substring? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So what do I want? Parse special from the line main. The main? The file? The input? I don't know what it is. Maybe input. Sure. Yeah. Input. That sounds like a good term for it. Uh-huh. The substring. Line set. This is another one of these parsers. This one gets sourced from secfm, whatever that is. Then that one's line sec. Line sec. Not there's nothing to do with securities. Next character, next line, next line. It's gonna be a string view, right? Maybe. Why is this window tiny? Suddenly it's just like realizing I don't have any context here. I have no context. So I have MTL. Then we have parse special, I guess. Maybe, probably. The line, not the line. What is with all of this weird indentation? Honestly, this whole entire little thing should probably go in a different function. There should be a function for loading MTL. I think. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, we're gonna take all of that to load MTL. Could possibly go wrong. Significantly less indentation. Alright, hi there. Distraction runs deep. Clearly, as the time has waned, I have become slightly more and more less and less interactive as I normally am. What if we just remove the curly braces and use indentation to represent blocks? You know, empty space for the end of blocks. Thoughts? Any thoughts? I have a thought. Why even have empty space at the end? We just keep all the indentation. Just the indentation. Yeah. And then we gotta come up with a name for it. Something that spells fear into the strikes fear into the bones of all who dare approach it. Something like Python. Yeah, Python. No one will ever suspect what comes to hit them. No, Python specifically. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh wait, that already exists. Rust does an indentation. Rust you can cram on one single line. No one fears the rust. Rust fears them. I sound tired. I probably am tired. It's been, I think yesterday's extensive stream kind of gave me a whole run. Other human languages. Sometimes I pretend that I know Japanese, but I really don't know that very well. Let's see, I need the vector of materials. I wanted to learn more human languages. However, the time eludes me always. Like, I tried to learn Spanish once, I think. So I kind of know some words of Spanish. I kind of know some words of Japanese. But I don't know that I'd be able to speak either of them to any level of proficiency. Where is all of this stuff? Yeah, I want the floating point thing. The x86-64 assembly. I don't know if you would call that a language. It's sort of like a bunch of instruction vomit. It's like, here's how to get all of your numbers everywhere. But yeah, I know a good deal about that. Get your numbers all over me. No, not the numbers. No, I kind of do sound kind of, tired. Yeah. Now that you pointed out, it's definitely seems like a thing. Non-white space. Non-white space. Not enough white space. A human mind can only do so much graphics before it explodes. That's why we invented computers. Not even like... It's not even like numbers. It's like... It's like move EAX... something. Dereference... ECX... Oh, unfortunate. Brain can't run the fragment shader. I mean, it can. Slowly. Very slowly. You reference RCX. Is it though? I think you're thinking the other way around. If you dereference ECX, it's actually shorter than dereferencing RCX because RCX requires the prefix byte in 64-bit mode. The default arithmetic. Well, just use load effective address then, why don't we? I'm sure the processor will get it right eventually. Maybe. Perhaps. Maybe, perhaps. This is switch, and then it's like... What did I call it? Great, I renamed it and then I don't remember. You can be... You can be object now. The name is object. How fun, object. I've not had a lot of willingness to like play much in the terms of games recently. I'm not exactly sure why though. Do you know what else I haven't touched yet? City skylines. That's still in my to-do. Too many things. So little... I don't want to say so little time. So little allocated time. Technically, I have time. Support for G is being dropped. Okay, I believe you. Wasn't useful. You could put data at the 0 page address. What would you put there? What about a function pointer array to a code sequence rendering each number? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Because technically, if you're doing like operating system development, then like, yeah, that memory is fair game. You can actually map that memory into your address space. You can put stuff there. You can actually put whatever you want there. You could use it like regular memory. Matter of fact, when the machine starts up, it is regular memory. It like holds the interrupt vector table for like the 16-bit real mode stuff until you like switch out to protected mode. At which point it still holds all the IVT stuff until you enable paging. As soon as you enable paging, then you can have whatever you really want in that address space. However, most operating systems will explicitly reserve the bottom of memory. Usually like at least 64K, sometimes more. Mark it as a bunch of unmapped pages that never get allocated. And then when programs access that space, then they typically throw like page faults. And page faults can be handled in a variety of ways, but if you like examine your page fault, you're like, hey, you're not supposed to write to the 0 address. And you can just like terminate your program with some sort of message. Let's call it, I don't know, segmentation. segmentation fault or something. Because the program violated the allowed rules, wandered outside of its segmentation. Otherwise, if we put memory there, and let's just say it's like read-only, something might just try reading from that memory constantly. And you'd never know. Your program starts acting really strange. You know, you can still have null pointers with static memory. Globals? The globals? I mean, you can still have memory bounds issues with globals too. Like if you pass if you want an array of literally anything, you could index an array out of bounds. And then it would be trouble. It would be very much trouble. Do I even need parse all of this stuff? I don't remember. I don't remember case F. No case F. Let me just delete all of that. Delete all of those. Add some break statements. Allocate only even-numbered pages. Well, the lower end of them was CC for debug trap. A line on the end of the page. I mean, if you do put CC in there, that means you gotta reserve some of the pages that start with CC. Like 0 CC. In case one of the pointers actually jumps into there. Well, I mean, if something dereferences the memory as a pointer, you probably wouldn't catch that. Okay, like that wouldn't quite do. Look, logic. Little tree of logic. Let's see, this would be if next character is not equal to space and break. We can make this a little bit shorter while we're at it here. Fix some of the awfulness in this thing. Like, we don't need an iterator for the line, and it doesn't need to be like a state machine. And I don't think I need to... What is ver? What is ver? Virgo burr. Vert set int. 12 hours? Yeah, like stream length. 12 hours of stream length. Modern C++. You know, I kind of don't really like where modern C++ is. Like, I like that they're trying to improve the language. I like that they're adding some things to make the language a bit better. But some of the stuff is just so, I don't know, so confusing. Other stuff is like, why didn't we get this sooner? And then there's other stuff which is like, why is there no like deprecation of features? Like, there should be features in C++ which we just don't use anymore. Or something. Because I think they need to take some features out, honestly. I don't think it really makes sense to break the ABI because C++ ABI is actually probably in a better place compared to some other languages. Like that's probably still fine, but I don't know. There's just some things. Like, I think, and maybe this would sort of break the ABI, but I think a lot of like the defaults for things just not great. Like the way move constructors get defaulted is kind of weird. I haven't messed too much with concepts, but I kind of like I mean, I kind of can sort of see how they might work. I think the language needs, like, honestly, I think that the template system is probably not the best way of going about metaprogramming. I'm surprised that there isn't, like, a better macro system for C++ yet. That would make a lot of things way more helpful. Because macros in C++ are kind of a huge pain. If you want to do like program level type reflection, there's not really any easy or good ways of doing that. There's not, so Yeah. And then they add a lot of the features that they add are like standard library stuff. Some of which have been helpful and others of which have been slightly less than helpful. So I don't know. The C style code is not usually. Not too often though. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Like my operating system, I was kind of leaning on it being like C style with namespaces basically. But I think I've started to like drift away from that. Like there is some benefit to like the there's definitely a benefit to like the object class system if it's done right. Templates are pretty useful as like a generic if done right. But yeah, there's like some things. There are some things. Benefit? Well, for example, I do use a lot of just straight up structures. So I have a lot of different structures for different things, and I like encapsulating certain structures. Or um, I like adding member functions to specific structures because there are some things which just namespace better in that paradigm. Like if you do that, like if you put member functions, then they have access to like this object. But they don't necessarily have to be part of like the vtables or anything. They could be statically compiled into the program. So like it keeps the names of certain things shorter. Which is maybe less descriptive in some cases, but more descriptive in other ways. So, you know, I can sort of see arguments for both. In which case, I would say, like, if you want to use more C-style programming, then why not just write C? Write C. Use a good C linter. The OS project had a pretty good amount of progress, I think. Not as much as I would probably like, but I guess in terms of features, like my OS is a kernel. It's just a kernel right now. It has keyboard driver, a mouse driver, which are like PS2, PS2 keyboard mouse. It has Intel Ethernet driver. It has a random number generator that sort of works. I started to work on like the ACPI implementation. Um, There's also like sort of like a console of like virtual console driver. You can render a virtual console, frame buffer console, that kind of thing. Uses the VESA driver. The VESA frame buffer from the bootloader. Yeah, that's what it's called. And then there's like kind of basic task management. Basic task management. Yeah. How about no? So the bootloader for my operating system is actually what I wrote before writing the operating system. I was like, how do the bootloaders work? So I actually wrote that first. Bootloader is a Pixie bootloader because I didn't want to just do another MBR type thing. So my operating system boots up over the network. But as far as bootloaders go, it's probably not the best. It works. It loads stuff. I think in my last attempt at poking the operating system project, I think I made the bootloader load ELF files instead of like flat images. So it's able to like load the different segments where they belong. Then, let's see, what else did I have? I think I was also working on timers and the real-time clock. So like the CPU programmable interrupt timer, which is like really kind of fancy. I don't remember what it's called. It's like the APIC or something. And then there was the real-time clock, which is the BIOS thing. So I think I was using the programmable interrupt timer before, and then I switched it to the APIC. The whole point of the operating system is really just so I can play around with like operating system development. It's a hobbyist operating system. It's not really... I don't know if I had particular special plans for it or anything other than like I wanted to make something. I wanted to make something. I wanted it to be an operating system. A very simple one. Its own flavor. Is it the temple of God? No. Nope. Nope. Oh, definitely not. What is the next character going to be? I got so distracted. There's a lot of kernels. There are a lot of kernels. The whole point of writing like OS dev stuff is to like build up your kernel And then port software to it, like port real software to it. I think that should be a sort of side goal for almost any hobbyist operating system, be like to run some real flavor of operating system. And so I can rest. I can rest and get a nice little break from thinking too hard. It's not the worst thing ever. Think too hard sometimes. Slowly kind of like packing up the thing. Being like, oh, this should go here, this should go here. This should have like fewer errors or something. No member data. What year did I start programming? Honestly, I don't remember. Don't remember. Not at all. I wasn't really actively aware of like the I didn't really have a good sense of time. And then arguably I still don't have a very good sense of time. So I was younger. So it was definitely before the year 2000. Probably in the 90s somewhere. Not exactly sure when. And then again, there's also like what you might consider programming. Because like before I like went to like before I did something like the hardcore type programs into computers, I remember I played around with like some sort of graphical programming thing, which was just like where you could just like draw little pictures, and then like come up with a bunch of rules for what your little thing will do based on its surroundings. It's kind of like cellular automata, except you get to make up all the rules, and it's gamified. Instead of the cells being like little pixels, they're like little pictures. Though I could not tell you for a single lick what it was called, because I really don't remember what that program was. It was on an Apple Macintosh though, so it had to have been something decently recent to that era. Read books, make the English good, sometimes. Sometimes. I used to read books, yeah. Yeah, that's a bit of a throwback. Not very many books, but I used to read books occasionally. Like, there was this one book that I really kind of liked. It was really kind of super interesting to me. Probably, I don't know, 2000s era. It was about how to make robots. And it was like how it was like sort of a biography of sorts, but also like it sort of described the experiences with like this one particular microcontroller. So I think it was like the 68 HC11 microcontroller from Motorola. Back when Motorola made microcontrollers. And this person was like making like robots out of like single board computers made from this microcontroller. And I thought that sounded kind of neat. I kind of want to do something like that. And I couldn't find the exact microcontroller, but I did find a different HC11 microcontroller. I eventually did make a single board computer from from scratch by hand, which was kind of oof. The thing went through so many iterations. I might have showed it on a stream at one point or another. I don't remember though. Nostalgic about with computers. I don't know, that's a tricky one. That's kind of a tricky one. I think it would yeah, I don't know. I guess I sort of might say that I have sort of a nostalgia for some of the stuff I missed out on. Which I know is kind of weird to say, but it is kind of a thing. Like I used to have a dial-up modem, and that thing was god-awful slow. I did not like that thing at all. I thought the noise it made when it synchronized was kind of entertaining, but like it was so slow. And I never really understood the internet back then. So like kind of like finding out about all of the weird things that were available for like dial-up and the ancient internet was kind of like, oh, that's kind of neat. Kind of wish I got to experience that. Kind of wish I knew more back then. But I didn't. Such is life, though. Such is life. Such is life. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Wait, no, it's not mine, it's... Oh, this is the MCL. I have to do at least a little bit of programming here, or it will feel bad. That's for another thing. That's another thing, maybe. It will bring up another tangent, since the notion presents itself. There were like 2 games that I like to play. I don't know how long ago, but it was back in that kind of era. There was a game called Total Annihilation, which is like a 3D RTS game where you like have a bunch of robots that fight each other, built with nano machines and stuff. And then there's another RTS that came out about the same time called StarCraft, which you may have heard of. And I used to like play that with my family. Like I would figure out how to get like a bunch of serial ports of different kinds of machines to like plug together. So I have like an improvised network. And I would play StarCraft over the serial port. That was interesting. And then I also tried that with Total Annihilation, but that didn't run as well on some of my machines because I had like one good machine and then the other one was just like bleh. I also played a whole lot of SimCity 2000s. I had like this little Apple laptop. Play SimCity 2000 on it. That was fun. I mostly grew up with like Apple systems, and I think the weird thing is like there was a bunch of software for them, like Total Annihilation. I played that on like Macintosh, StarCraft, Brood War, even played those on the Macintosh because they supported that. Just like tons of stuff would like target the Apple ecosystem back then, and you don't see as much of that nowadays. Like other than like the internet and web stuff, it's lots of weird stuff. Linux, I would probably say in the early 2000s. I think that's when it was. We got we had somehow ended up with a PC, and one of my older siblings had installed a Linux onto it. I think it was like Mandrake or something. And it had like this. It had like, I think it was KDE, some flavor of KDE. And I only really know how to use the GUI for it, like the desktop environment. Like I had no idea how to use the Linux terminals. So like I would just use if I used that system, I would like play Linux games because apparently some of them were pretty entertaining. And I don't think it was until I took college classes on how to use Linux that I really understood anything about it. Like, if there was one thing that I figured out that I actually kind of learned, just straight up learned from college, it would be how to use Linux, because I had no clue. My water is empty. I'm gonna get more. I shall return very shortly. Well, maybe not very shortly, but shortly enough. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Not ow. Not less ow. But I've returned finally. After a great deal of traversal. Not only did I get water, I decided I would get snack. Tasty dessert-like snack. I have like lemon cake. And a brownie. Because lemon cake alone wasn't enough, apparently. The cake? It's probably a lie. Really extra cozy. It's only cozy until I start screaming about. Just kidding, I don't scream about anything. But occasionally, some of the music gets exciting. I wonder how if I should be tempted to like put the cozy tag or not. Be like actually cozy though. Are we? Wait, why did I turn off the brake sign? I'm still munching the cake. It's still technically break time. Be like, ee. On me? You're either the first person to notice, or at least the first person to point out that at some point I had changed my outfit. Didn't put the cozy tag. Well, I'll start writing. That with the lack of declared coziness. If I tell you it's cozy, then what if it's a self-deprecating property? Where, like, by virtue of putting the cozy tag, the stream becomes less cozy due to an influx of people looking for cozy time. Like, that could be a thing. You know what? I'm gonna... Oh, there's one with spaces in between it. Cozy chaos. There's a lot of cozy things, apparently. I don't know which one would be good to pick. There's cozy, but cursed. I don't know if I fall under that category. There's a tag called Cozy Murder. I have so many questions. Maybe not that one. Here's one that's made out of cozy, chill, and chaotic all in one tag. I don't want to be crazy, cozy, and chaotic. Or I could just have regular cozy. I don't know. I like the spaces more, though. That's kind of chaos. How about both of those? I don't know what that's gonna do for me. Maybe I should have put the crazy chaotic one though. Cozy chaotic. Is it chaotic? Is it chaotic or is it cozy? No one will never know. No one will ever know. Mm. It's like, why does it have spaces? Chaotically cozy or cozily chaotic? I don't know. I think it's towards probably the latter. It's chaotic, but it's cozily chaotic. Absolute chaos. Never. Never. Cake is a lie. I am eating the lies. The lies, I tell you. I must eat all the lies. Num. None of num. Too many nums? Just careful not to the nums. Crunch. Kinda wish I had some crunchies right now. I like the crunchy snacks. I usually don't have crunchy snacks. Or if I do have crunchy snacks, I will appreciate the crunchy snacks for a little while and then promptly run out of crunchy snacks. Maybe one day, I can dream. I have enough money to where I can buy crunchy snacks on a regular basis. That would be kind of nice. Also, no slurping. No slurping unless it's tea. If it's tea, and then we can slip and sip. Slip? Why is it called... What is the thing that's not halfway between sipping and slurping called a slip? Obvious reasons. I don't know what... I don't think that's obvious. To me, that is very much not obvious. The halfway thing? No, a gulp is... A gulp is definitely not sipping. It's not taking things in. Like, you can sip and then gulp. Or you can gulp and then sip. But halfway between a sip and a slurp, that isn't a slip. I don't know what is. But I think I've fallen off this metaphor train here. I read that and I'm like, that's funny. Halfway between a gulp and a sip is a choking hazard. Reading jokes while munching cake is probably a choking hazard, but I've never choked while laughing. The only thing I've ever choked on is accidentally drinking water and trying to breathe at the same time. Spoilers, it doesn't end well. Can it be? The playlist is about to wrap around to the top of my so-called list. The accidental drinking of watery substances. Is this to imply that there are non-watery substances that you can drink and choke on? Should I even be concerned about asking such a question? Yes, very, very questionable questions. Because everybody knows that the answer is obviously Jello. Clearly. Nothing else. Surely not. A choke on smoky substances. I always choke on smoky substances. I don't think you can drink those, though. Not in the literal sense. You know, it's not often that I have some people to keep me company while I snack. Usually everyone's just is like super quiet during the break times. Is an interesting change of pace. Is late. Is very late. Is so incredibly dark. Dark late? Is it late? Is it really a late? Or is it early? Why were you scared of me? Am I a force to be reckoned with? An unapproachable crazy fox. A super serious. Yeah, I will admit that earlier on in the stream I was kind of like sort of super into the refactor thing. But I think a big part of that is because if no one distracts me, then I get a bit too focused. Hmm. I have a little bit of brownie left. A little dry. I should have warmed it up a little bit. Say something. Derail me. It's not derailing. We stay on the tracks. We just slow down a lot. Established software development. Very superior to Agile. Are you sure? I thought that was Agile. Lots of yapping. Like all the silent lurkers. Don't want all the silent lurkers now, do we? Do we? Maybe. I added the cozy tag. That's sure to approach the attract the silent lurkers, right? Right. It could, probably, maybe, perhaps. I don't know. There's a certain level of like silent lurkers. There's like a happy medium, I guess. A silent lurker attract. I mean, it feels that way sometimes. Where's this like people will show up, silently lurk for who knows how long. Maybe the statistics will tell me that. Maybe they won't. Who knows? It's kind of like, well, when you say microtransaction game, I mean, technically the term is called free to play because that makes it sound more enticing to people. But yeah, it's basically just, it's free for most people. And then it runs off of like a so-called microtransaction based economy where subset of the player base will in fact pay money for things. And yeah, I guess there is a certain level of that into Twitch as well. Twitch is basically the same thing. It's just a free-to-play game with whale-based economy and microtransactions. And I'm not even kidding, it has microtransactions. Twitch has microtransactions. They're called bits. You can just throw them at people. And I mean, I guess technically gifted subs are also technically under the category of microtransactions because you buy them for other people, which I guess is sort of like paying for game time or something and then selling it, but you're not selling it, you're giving it away. Except you're not really giving it away. Except in some ways you are. See, I don't know. It's complicated. The microtransactions in social networks is probably getting added to like everything. Social networks have microtransactions, yes. I guess a good example would probably be Discord. Discord lets people buy profile cosmetics. You can basically buy clout or social credit, more or less, is what it would be considered. It's cosmetic items for the most part, but some of it, like server boosting, you can pay for that. Costs money, covers server costs, but it's technically a transaction of some sort. Like, sure, you don't have to buy it. Discord is centered around the notion of being free to use. But it has subscriptions and microtransactions. Which cord? Discord! You plug the cord in this. You plug this cord into the plug socket wall, and then the power comes out. TikTok. I don't really know much about TikTok. But yeah, buying like bits. That sounds like a thing. YouTube. You can throw money at people on YouTube, although I don't think they have a currency for it. They're just like straight up, here you go, you just throw currency. Imagine if I started streaming to to YouTube in addition to Twitch. That I don't know. Maybe I should try that sometime. Here, have some euros. Here, have some dollars. Here, have some whatever the heck that symbol is. I don't even know. But apparently there's a lot of it. I've seen people throw some like weird currencies because they show up as like super chats on YouTube streams that I've watched before. I'm like, I don't know what currency that is. People just don't throw enough currency at me for me to know. Most of them. Like I know yen, I know Canadian, I know like the euro, British pound, Bitcoin. I don't know if you can send Bitcoin. I mean, technically, you could send me Bitcoin. I have a Bitcoin address, I'm sure, probably somewhere that I've never touched since probably like a few years after making it, like in a book somewhere. So I'm like, yeah. Guess I don't have any. Guess I'm gonna shelf that forever. Same thing with Ethereum. The Ethereum coin. Got some of that. Or an address. I have an address for that, but I don't think I have any. A member address. I don't even know what a member address is. Member address is kind of just like usernames. Except they're not called usernames for whatever reason. Why is there no substring? Why is there no data? This is string jewel. String jewel. What shall we do? Parse number. Except there's a floating point. So what if I want to parse integers? Yeah. What if I want to parse integers? Then what? Then what? What then? Parse them. Who's stopping me? Me. I am stopping me. My API is not strong enough for this. Integer. Wait, why would I call it int? Let's call it int. We'll have like positive, not positive, or only positive. And maybe a couple of different flavors. I parsed an integer once. And then he died. Make it sound so dramatic, almost. Or maybe I did. I added drama. I just added some drama, being like, integers. And then he died. Maybe the uint should be separate from the regular int. Guy were no other than Albert Einstein, who spoke all the numbers and did all the things that did the other things. He made a bunch of breakthroughs in theoretical something or other. Relativity. Special relativity. Which I don't really I don't know, I haven't really looked into special relativity much. Where is parse number? Number. Not parse number, parse number. I want to take like the first part of this function call here. Yeah. We're just gonna borrow that. Yep. And then we're gonna do parse. Or no, bool. Parser. Parse number. Except it's not gonna be parse number. It's gonna be parse int. Is this Rust? Kappa? Depends on how much you want it to be Rust. Value, you value, fractional value. We don't have those. 10 out of 10 you want it to be. How much is... I don't know. I don't know. I'm not convinced. Go asleep. Take care. Visit again sometime, hopefully. Rob. I guess you get to see all the very interesting names. Why you do this? Why? For some reason. I don't know why. It wants to flag null Igor's name. I think it was. I was like, why? I clicked allow. I think when I click allow, it says that it's a permitted term. Or it gets added as a permitted term, so I'm like, okay. I guess it's a permitted term now. And something like that happened the other day as well. I was like, why? Why is that a thing? It could be. It seemed kind of weird if it were, though, because, like, you get people with some very interesting names, and, like, their names aren't, like... Well, they're not, like, filtered, I guess. Like Piss Bucket or like Fuck the System. Or like, who knows what else? I'm like, these are some names right here. And I'm like, why? Why you filter this one? Why you flag this one? It's not even among the worst offenders. At least I don't think it is. I could be wrong about that. Wait, did I not save? No. Yeah, no. No, yes, no. This is supposed to be an int 64. Very, very much int 64. So I'm thinking... I do a bunch of unsigned multiplication. And then at the very, 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 very end, we take the value, and then we AND it with 63 bits over -1. So that is nice and matched my color scheme with my hair. Well, I mean, that would require me to like come up with color schemes that match my hair to begin with. Unless they're already out there and I just have to find one. Well, it would be kind of funny to find a bunch of different color themes and just be like, here. We'll just pick a different one. I mean, as far as color schemes go, they're actually like among the easiest things to install. It's literally just like copy, paste, change like one command, and like easy. It's too easy almost. You could almost automate it. What is it? It's minus something. It's gonna be deck value. It's gonna be not. And +1. Now we're gonna do int 64 to the decimal value. And I think that should, in most cases, just kind of sort of work. Yeah. 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 I guess I could put a bunch of EOF checks in here. Although I technically don't need to. don't really need to put a bunch of EOF checks. However, it might be beneficial, potentially. No, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. If ASCII started with 0, you just do 1 compare. But it doesn't. It does not. Although... no, that wouldn't work either. I was like, maybe if there were like some... There's some cleverness I could do with the AND operation. Like maybe if it were like octal, I could just do an AND operation to check it. But that silly 9 throws that strategy into the waters. So I have to do 2. The source code. Can't really use a different encoding. Encodings exist for a reason. The protocol specification specifies which encoding things must have. So if there's like... If I get data from a source, I expect it to be in a certain encoding. And the thing is, like, I can't change the encoding because I'm not the one that comes up with the encoding for the data to begin with. The data comes from elsewhere, other programs, other software, which I very much do not write and do not have control over the output of. Or at least not direct control anyways. And it would be highly inconvenient if I just made up a format. Because that wouldn't end well. Let me just simplify this. Yeah, we'll just simplify this. Take all these symbols, put these over here. Take all these symbols, put them all the way over here. And then if this bit is set, you can just be like, oh, that's one of these. And if this set of bits is set, then you can assume it's one of these. Easy. You know what the digit after 9 is? It's the colon. Wait, that's not a digit. But it is in ASCII. It's very much ASCII. How many ASCII? Can I ASCII to come up with a better encoding for me? I'm just gonna drink all the waters. It has to be easy to convert between uppercase and lowercase. It has to be easy to apply shifts to all the characters. It has to be easy to convert between hexadecimal and binary using the standard number digits and letters A through F. It has to be capable of shifts. Like when you press the shift key on the typewriter, you should get the character above the one printed on the key. There's like the main character below, and then there's like the other character above, and that's the shift character. Driver issue? Is it though? Is it though? Because it's not a driver issue. We're building teletypes here. Mechanical devices that send the encoded characters over a wire. The encoding is supposed to play nice with the teletype. They're very lame. And arbitrary? I mean, they are kind of arbitrary. Like, whatever happened to the logical not sign? Why is that not on our keyboards? I want the logical not sign to be an ASCII. All these control characters. Well, that's the exclamation, or the bang. Not the same. I mean the little mathematical L-shaped thingy. One of these. Keystroke Alt 0172. That should be in the main character set. That one is highly important. Programmers use it all the time. Then when we wouldn't have to improvise with this whole exclamation point and the tilde. See, there's like this empty space up here. And this not inverted I. Couldn't you reuse it for expressive sentences? Be like, hi. Totally valid. Is it though? Is it though? In some fonts it is. I feel like I've been derailed from my own hubris again. And I also need an EOF check. Right here. I think. Parse int. The parse int. I don't know if this should consume characters. Or what. But I feel like this is a good place for like the unget facility. EOF? EOF is a marker for end of field or end of file. I think I want to put that there. Yeah. I feel like parse int is going to be like a huge pain if I like change the semantics. Like if I start pulling characters out on demand, then it could be problematic. So maybe I want to do like a maybe like a peak semantic, which is where I like look at the next character, but like not really taking it. Or I could put it back maybe. I don't know. It is a dilemma. If I do like this prefix thing, okay, reading a character that is hex. Yeah, reading a character that is hex. And then we just like add a single constant to it after doing a range check or something maybe. And I just get the desired value. Kind of like that. Like, it doesn't have to be entirely exactly, like, I don't mind subtracting from it, but subtracting from it usually implies that it has to go to a very specific location in the character set in order to work properly. If I start the character set with 0 through F, that's hex immediately, more or less, right? I mean, I guess so. Unless it's lowercase hexadecimal, then what am I supposed to do then? How am I supposed to get the lowercase hexadecimals? I'm gonna and the bit. I'm gonna and the magic bit. But if it's lowercase, and I and to make it uppercase, this kind of implies that there's such a thing as a lowercase number. How do I make sure it's not a lowercase number? Or more significantly, why would this not be an issue? Okay, what if I want the code? What if I want to use the numbers in the code as like, parameters to lexicographically sort text? Such that earlier letters come before later letters in alphabetic order. What then? What then? If I optimize for that case, then the lexicographic ordering. How do you not know about lexicographic ordering? Be like words that start with, you know, languages have alphabets, basically. All the letters that make up the words, they have sort of like an order to them. Some letters come before other letters. In this letter order, it's made up letter order. The only reason why we use A through F for hexadecimal is because that's the lexicographic order of those characters. Because the letters, if you put them into an order, are just a series of ordered glyphs, and a series of ordered glyphs are numbers. Therefore, all individual letters are automatically numbers. And thus, all numbers could be represented by all letters. Magic. Except it's not. It's nonsense. Such an ordering of glyphs is called an alphabet. A very popular alphabet in programming land would be the base 64 alphabet. It's all the letters. No, I don't remember what I was doing here. I think I was trying to do direct parsing. So I don't want that. And then we have if this, or then we have else. And false. set the whole thing on fire and you'll be free. Free of the oblivion that defies all reality and expectations. This sounds kind of extreme. Sounds kind of like very, very extreme. Mm. 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 Fast is alpha alpha number underscore operator is space. Maybe. Computer language parsing though. That's I think we also would want like a fairly fast 2 upper 2 lower command. It has to be reasonable. It should not be overlooked. Because, you know, everyone's gonna do that. I mean, it's not totally just one bitwise operation. Like, you wouldn't want to, like, bitwise lowercase a number. Because that's not a thing. You'll end up getting, like, some meh out of it. Okay, down in the door. You shall parse this. And then you unload an entire machine gun. I don't know about that. I think we've wandered into the chaotically cozy territory there. Or maybe that's the cozy murder that we've been... that I found earlier. Might be. I think I want to do if EOF here, and then we're gonna break. We shall break. We shall break free from the chaos. If I could get another character, though, then I think I would want to return to sender. I should probably do my hydrate now, shouldn't I? Yeah. You know, the best way to break free from seg faults is just to not call them seg faults. Easy. It's not a seg fault. It's just a minor. It's just a like minor bounds check failure. Yeah. Bounds check failure. Sure, let's go with bounds check failure. This is the Near Automata soundtrack finally wandered into that area again. Track 9. Flip a bit. I don't know if I want to flip a bit after I subtract 9, because that's going to make it not flip. I don't know what it's going to do. It's going to do something, though. The more I think about this, the more I think that I need the option to go back. We need to back up. Be like, here. Put it back. Undo. Undo. We need to undo. There's no undo. This one can be, I don't know, peak character. And then I could have consume. Consume. Just consume. And I guess peak would technically be constant. I don't know how I wandered up and wandered into parsers again, but here we are. Trying to robustify things, and then I'm like, oh, time to parse stuff again. The subtraction would only be for the compare. And then I would flip the bit on the original. I could, I guess. You know what else I can do? I could also technically do the same thing. To like, this little bit of syntax here. Truth. 'Tis the truth. Because instead of a character, if we did like an unsigned U8, then what I could do is technically I could convert it. It could be like, if we subtract 1, and then, and the value is less than, oh, what would it be? I think it's like less than 9. I subtract 1. Keep in mind, this one is checking for... This one isn't checking like 0. This one is checking for 0. which is something different. It's ever so slightly different. So I could say 48, that's 0. We add 9 to that. And then we subtract 49. Yeah, it's 8. 8 would be the maximum. So in this case, it would be like less than 9. And then in this case, it would be C minus 0. And this one could be less than or equal to 9. And then it's already pre-converted for the rest of the function. Technically. Technically. I mean, I could also just make this one like that, because we explicitly check C minus 0 equals 0. But that's a little beside the point. The most worst, ridiculous, absolute nonsense I've probably come up with for a while. If I wanted to micro-optimize the implementation of like converting numbers, which I don't know if I want to do or not, then I would like break out the SSC instructions, do like a byte expand on the the AVX probably. Yeah, AVX2 maybe even. Yeah, I would do byte expand on a bunch of things to convert from like bytes into words, and then load a bunch of constants with different like multiples of 10. And then do parallel multiplication, and then do a horizontal add. Or we do the multiplication, and then like we keep them as residuals, and then we add other expanded bytes to the residuals in parallel, and then we do the horizontal add at the very end. And then like I use the string AVX compare functions to like create bit masks using the subtract logic after broadcasting like the offset to convert from like decimal. It sounds like the most cursed conversion function I have thought of. Heck, I might as well just write it in straight assembly while I'm at it my downtime. It'd be like AVX. It'd be like shift plus epidit, or whatever that weird instruction is named. Well, there's too many. I think in this case, I want to at least grab characters. But in this case, I want it to like peak characters. The code? I mean, the code that I have been editing does not run, but I think I still have like a build of the project from earlier that still runs. Refactoring be kind of difficult. To run and scream at the end. No, it runs and it screams at the beginning. And then it's quiet. It just sits there ominously, waiting to be interacted with. Kind of front loads all this screaming. Gotta make sure you get all the screaming out of the way before you just kind of chill and do the thing, you know? Yeah, 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 that. Now, if only, I'm gonna do peak. I could do consume character. I think, yeah. Perhaps consume needs to do something else that I don't know about. Like what will this do? This is gonna be it's gonna return true EOF. Yeah. It's like get a character from the stream. This is just stream, I don't know. Get a character from stream. Move cursor to the next. Move the cursor forward. PS2 keyboard drive, which scan set. Scan set. I don't remember reading about which scan set. It was that was like literally the first thing I wrote. so I don't remember what it was exactly. I'm pretty sure that I had to tell the keyboard to switch modes though, because I want it to be in like an extended scan mode or something. So it gets like all the extended key information. Also, it likes to like frequently query the device. Because I kind of sort of maybe made it support hot plugging your PS2 devices. Which yeah. That's a thing. That's a thing that I did. Yep. And and it works. And I know that it works with real hardware too because I tested it. Hot plugged a keyboard with my operating system running on like an actual motherboard. Detected at runtime while my operating system was running. I was like, you attached a keyboard. Let me just initialize that for you. The keyboard disappeared. Let me just uninitialize that for you. Could wish that other operating systems were that flexible. And for all I know, they might be, but I also don't know. So let's do consume character. I think. Yeah. And then we'll like peek the next character. I think that it will work in that order. If I write these functions, make them do what I assume that they will do. I spent like way too much time on this one function. It's like way too much. Let's see. I need to get a UNT 64. It's like my value. I want to get the return value from parse int value. And then u out is going to equal. Wait, this is supposed to be an int. It's going to equal value. I don't know if I can do that or not. If C will let me like downcast. Like if I narrow assigned value. I don't know if it will behave right or not. I mean, hopefully it does. Hopefully. Maybe. Kinda, sort of. Hoping. Anyways. Doesn't mean it might not. I don't know. I guess I'll find out. I mean, this is supposed to be like uint. So I'm gonna parse uint. This has to be parser. These three are just copy pasta that narrow the thing. This one is not going to have minus, so I don't have to worry about minus at all. Why is it called u out? For the integers. Nope. 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 We fix. I fix. Very much fix. Yes. I still have like brownie left. Been nibbling on it over time. Pure unlimited power. Unlimited power until it goes away. And then I crash and burn and then... Nah. Did you know that the red zone is an area of memory on the stack on x64 systems? Or, yeah, more or less. Which is like used to store like temporary variables. Without having to like move the stack pointer. It's just like a thing that the API allows. However, if you're writing an operating system, you have to turn it off, the red zone, because the operating system has to manage that. Kernel space. Yeah, you have the interrupt handlers. And the interrupt handlers will use the kernel stack, and they will gladly push extra values in that space. Without a second thought. Because processors don't think, they just do. If you want your if your processor is thinking about whether or not it wants to push interrupts that day, then it probably won't. My triple faults are kind of not terribly fun. Illum. 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 Yum. Yum. I don't know how to say that word. However, if you're talking about this down here, set all your pages to present. You're not going to get segmentation faults. Nope. You might get a few corrupted pages here and there, but no faults. None. And your TLB will fill up with who knows what. But anyways, unless you fractal map all your pages, you could do that, I guess. But yeah, this is part of the wavefront material files. It's a parameter that sets, I don't know, specular response or something. I actually honestly don't remember what it is. It's something related to like the specularity of the model and like the Phong shading model, which is what the wavefront format was designed around. What would I want in all your pages? Let's say what my pages? Fractal map them? Yeah, I said it. We just fractal map all of the pages. The pages mirror each other. Keep talking about page maps, then I might have to go back to OS development. Let's see, I have 2 new functions. A serious con to doing what? Fractal mapping the pages? Yes, the virtual address space gets eaten up by a bunch of, basically unusable copies of stuff. It's like it simplifies the structure of the page table at the expense of a ton of your page, a couple of pages, or a ton of pages, depending on how weird you go with it. Because you have less virtual address space because it's all full of page tables. It's like page tables all the way down. We didn't need those anyway. One entry for first table. As many entries as I have gigabytes. Just use 1 gigabyte pages. I mean, I guess that's a strategy. I don't think the pages are gonna line up exactly on a gigabyte boundary, though. Which, I mean, I guess they wouldn't anyways, but... And it wouldn't really matter. And I could get away with that. And I would have access to all of the memory. Like, all of it. But what if I want to put a bunch of windows in my kernel? What if I want the kernel process memory to not be just kind of dumped in the middle of some gigabyte somewhere? See, this is how we ended up with stuff like Spectre and Meltdown becoming such a significant factor. Because everyone just leaves all the memory mapped in their kernels all the time. For anyone to just like come along and like snoop up and be like, whoop, it's my memory now. The memory map is slower than milk. Wonder whose fault that is. Is that just because the context switching is obnoxious? Of course it is. But if you're in kernel land, you don't have to context switch to memory map. You just stick things in the page table and be like, it's my memory now, comrade. Everybody gets memory. You get memory. You get memory. I get a memory. You get a memory. Triple fault. Then your system restarts. Mm, 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 mm. Dígame. Lo dígame. I think the mem map is slow because people don't implement mem map in a way that's very fast. Allocating pages is kind of an ordeal. I mean, you can mem map anonymous pages, have them not backed by disk space. Which is probably what I would think of. EOF. EOF. Isn't cursor being at end technically considered EOF? Yeah. Let's do. Basically, we return the cursor, I would guess. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, consume character is basically just next character, but not. And we return EOF. EOFF? EOFFF. So yeah, about this function. What is trim? Trim. What are we trimming here? I think it's like a bit of text. We're trimming some text. It's trimming the text from the packing the 7-bit ASCII. What are we packing the 7-bit ASCII into? the back of a car. The 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 reticulated splines. Why would I shift by 1 bit? I don't understand. I don't understand. Can't save 1 bit inside of a 32-bit architecture. I forgot what I was looking for. I was going to do maybe like a string or something. The ASCII. Except it's not. What if it's not ASCII? What if it's like a Unicode characters? What if I want to send Unicode characters? Then what? I mean, even if you were doing like 7 bits at a time and you were doing shifts, it wouldn't be shifting it just by 1 bit. You'd have to like shift by a number of bits that like goes around and around. Because like every 7 bytes, you'd have like an extra ASCII character, so you'd like have to do like a mod 7 or a mod 8 kind of thing, and then like shift 2 bytes by different amounts into each other until they like line up to be the right amount of bits in order to do the thing. It sounds kind of like chaos to me if you ask. If you ask me, unordered, disorderly, somewhat orderly chaos. Somewhat disorderly chaos. So much orderly chaos. Cursor equals end. Looks like the check EOF function. Not compress well. I mean, maybe not. Maybe kind of not. Where did I put this function at? Oh, there it is. You know, compression libraries, compression algorithms, they operate on bits. They treat all of the data stream as like a series of bits that just get shifted in. And they pull out oh so many bits as required according to like a Hamming code. Look up the frequency of different codes in a dictionary. The Hoffman code. Yeah, that thing. Hamming code is like for something else in telecommunication. I'm not doing compression today. Or at least I don't know that I want to. If I wander into compression land, it would be to implement, I guess, if anything like JPEG. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to implement JPEG this late into a stream. That probably would be very overly ambitious of me. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? I might just take all of this. No, I don't know if I have the fortitude to be like, oh, I guess I already maybe did take it, I guess? Sure. So next line is going to return a line of text. So we have to like start at, wait, where did it, no, that's not the line. That's not the line. And I wanted to write read line. Yeah, that one. Which does not exist. Razor Z Pi is my 1300th follower. There's a number for you. 1300. That number is too big. Virtual key codes. I think I convert certain keys into some sort of pseudo key code or pseudo scan code. It's been long enough that I don't actually remember. Also, welcome back. And apparently we have hydration to do. All of the hydration. So it seems like so many people show up towards the end of my streams or at the beginning when I do super early streams, which is very rare. It's almost like there's an entire time zone out there that's just like awake again. Sometimes I wonder to myself if I should just like... Couldn't be. The earth is flat. Yeah, maybe. No. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? Wait, if the earth is flat, then does that mean that we can print it? Or we can scan it with a fax machine? A giant fax machine? You know everything about fax machines. Like, what is that sound the fax machine makes when the earth goes around the moon in fake land? I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. This is how far I've fallen. What do we want to do? We want to grab the cursor. I think I want to like get the number of characters. A DXT texture on a skybox. You know, I almost implemented DXT once. And I was like, nope, this format is cursed. I want PNGs for everything. PGA is the least cursed. Is it though? Is it though? If it's the least cursed, then why did I have the hardest time trying to open TGA and like literally anything? Why does nobody implement the format? Probably misclicked the open button. Meant to click on the not open button. The not open button is that key to the left of the end key. Make sure you hold down shift. That will open it all the way. I'm gonna type it anyway, huh? That's a lot of text. How they explain how they explain people falling downwards. In flat Earth, there's no gravity. This says because Earth is constantly accelerating upwards. How come we don't feel all the wind hitting us? There's a glass dome above the Earth. Really? They said nothing about the giant sea turtle? Where the gravity comes from? Where the Earth is just sitting on the back of a giant turtle? And the turtle is standing on top of another turtle? So all the gravity comes from like this mountain of turtles, and it's just turtles all the way down? They just keep getting bigger? So do I want to increment the cursor first, or do I want to increment the cursor second? I think I'm going to increment first. And then we access. Assuming that cursor is not equal to the end. Yeah, if the cursor equals end, I'm gonna break. We will break. Yeah, I still don't know why I save EOF. That just doesn't make sense. Check EOF. And yes, the gravity does come from the turtles. How the gravity comes from the turtles? Magic. Probably. Shouldn't this be constant? Maybe. Heckin' EOF. I don't think I did this out of a function before. Symbols? Nani? Nightbot, please. Nightbot, please. Right, can I just put this in the header? I think I will. Don't know why, but we will. Sort of why. I'll like try and write my own bot. At least then I would have the decency of coming up with all the weird, maybe pseudo-defensive rules. Size of, I don't think that's a word. I don't think that's a word. Now this is EOF. It's still there. Wait, does that mean that the other function is broken? Oh dear, I haven't even looked in here for a while. Banned for using the word like 4 times in the last 100 messages? Might be a little excessive. Maybe a little bit. Maybe just a bit. Yeah, I take my nice little parser here, and then we just totally break parsing. Yeah, this is gonna be fun to debug later on. By fun, I mean totally not fun. Not fun. Wait, did I ever do that? Be careful? No. Take care? I mean, good night? One of those words. I have been a little bit too scatterbrained lately, apparently. Clearly. I think we need to skip forward in the soundtrack some more. Get to the good stuff. The exciting stuff. Yeah. Yeah. How about this one? More hydration? Already? The heck did I set the timer for that to? Maximum hydration. Yeah. is where this is where we've wandered into the whole somewhat exciting music segment, I guess. Yes. I don't think I know some of those words. The words. I don't know the words. Bad at the words. The croissant. Not doing the croissant. What next? You gonna like throw out a baguette or something? Don't do that. Baguettes don't deserve that treatment. I don't even think that's the right language. We've wandered into different meme levels of different language territory here. One 100%. I meant from the topic we were on. The topic. Whatever the topic was. I don't remember what the topic was. What were we talking about again? What was I talking about again? Do I even know? Was there ever a topic to begin with? Doing a 12-hour stream. I think that's highly dependent on how interactive chat remains. There's that word again. Chat. Sounds so weird when I say that. It's just like, why does it sound so weird to me? But like, there really is some truth to it, though. The chit chat. The chit chat. If there's no one to talk to in like an hour, or if it just goes like silent for too long, then my lack of energy catches up to me, and that causes lots of shall we say incentive to not go as long. Everyone is sleeping except all the people who aren't sleeping. There's an entire time zone of people who could just, wake up at this hour, watch the stream, lurk indefinitely. Be like, what's the crazy fox doing today? Talking to people? Dragging mouse windows around in Vim? The windows. We must drag the windows. Smack, 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 smack. Skipping the relative line numbers. I can go back to absolute line numbers at any time. Really could. I'm not not. I don't even look at the line numbers half of the time. I absolutely cannot. Well, relatively speaking, that kind of depends where you draw the line. Yeah, that's a free one. I crossed a line with that one. I crossed so many lines with that one. But I don't know if they were relative or absolute. Wait, what are we making optional? What was I doing in here? No, I don't remember again. I think I was doing parse number. And I wanted to parse the number. The number here. So let's see, this will be peak. We will just peek at a character. Yeah. Could make this more passive or something. I don't know if I like this consume character paradigm though. It doesn't seem quite right. Unless we do consume and then no wait, that's just next character. What am I thinking? I like how there's undoing of individual characters. You have been very, very highly productive, have you? What have you accomplished to this day? What great many things have been done? Two compares. Switch to one for the C? This C? I don't know what the C. You've moved a great many tasks from doing to done. Done doing. One for the C, the else F. Why the else F? This one. Do not like my if C equals 0 comparison here. Do you doubt? Do you doubt that Do you want me to do the silly compare subtract thing? In this side of the function call? Be like C already minus 0 less than or equal to 9. I think it only works if C is an unsigned integer, which in this case it is, I think. Yeah. I'm just gonna set that to uint 8. Yeah. That's slightly in the whole undefined behavior category, but almost everybody accepts that it's a thing. How the hell did I come up with that? Like, how the hell did I come up with that? You know, that's exactly what I said when I looked at some, like, 6502 assembly language that I wrote sometime. I was like, I came up with this assembly routine that, like, computed the row address of the screen inside of, like, it was like the Apple IIe or something. There's like a bunch of bit shifts and adds and offset things, and I was like, how the hell did I come up with this? Only the finest engineering here, clearly. Clearly. There's no better engineering on Earth than the nonsense that I have been trying to parse here. Maybe I want like a consume peak type thing. Yeah, something weird like that. If I ever come up with something in a dream, ended up implementing it. I almost want to say yes, but at the same time, I don't remember. It sounds like something I would do. It sounds an awful lot like something I would do. Assume character. Goal definition. Do I program all the time? I'm gonna say no. Sometimes I do other stuff. Like I still do like Final Fantasy 14 for like a few hours a day for like 4 days a week. Occasionally I will watch an awful lot of YouTube or Twitch channels. Every once in a while, I will like play other random games. Not terribly frequently though. Sometimes I just like do little errands. Take people places. I don't know if that's like a major activity though. Just sort of like an as needed kind of thing. Kind of sleep sometimes. So other times where I just want to just sit and stare and do nothing. Or maybe at the very least I would like, I don't know, brush up my hair or something. That needs to happen every so often. By every so often, I mean fairly frequently. There's also been like a couple of occasions where I've just gone on like art tangents or just visit like Discord server, have conversation for a while, or just listen. Sometimes there's people in voice channels. I'm in a lot of servers. So a couple of the public ones have like active voice channels. Let's see, this is gonna be... what is this gonna be? I think this is going to be peak. The peak character. And this one is gonna be consume peak. Why did I come up with this stuff? Oh my god. It's all about the order of operations. Very significant order of operation. Oh, it's very angry. It's very angry. I don't know why. I don't know what I did to anger that. Subscripted value is not an array. No? The span? We didn't include span. We need span. That's important. What was that one from? I think that was from algorithm. MolX6U64? Bit of a weird one, but okay. It's probably like all the things that I forgot about in here. I don't know if I use intrinsics. Do I? I don't think I use them there. But this function, this one, definitely. This one definitely makes use of. At least that one. Multiplication is one of those weird things. Multiplication is one of those very weird things. Too many errors. Subscript, no data, undeclared identifier. Undeclared identifier? That was an undeclared I? I don't even know if I need I. I is just a construct that I was using. Too few function argument call. With the function argument call. Wait, it didn't? How did I not do this? I thought I did this. I thought we did that before. Yeah, I am very confusion. Non-void function does not return path, and yeah, I don't care. There's no member called reset. No, I suppose there isn't. Just open more silly windows, why don't we? There's a way to reset it. Yep, Now we can do object, next character. See, like this is the prime example of what I was talking about earlier. Prime example. The chat boxes has gone quiet again. Conversations have gone back to the minimum. The minima. And I'd be like, why? So soothing. So soothing and projective. Am I though? Are we though? There's plenty of times when I'm not. I don't know what this K does, but I think I'm gonna redeclare it. It doesn't do what I want. More I mean, this entire project sat on the metaphorical shelf for like 7 years, at the least. So, yeah. Yeah. There's a break there, and then another break here. Because we want one for the switch. The metaphorical shelf have a metaphorical elf, maybe. But I gotta ask you a question. Are you aware of the axolotl on the bottle? Or en passant on croissant? The axolotl on the bottle? How do you not know of this? Very important. Never heard that word before. Really? Really? It's a creature. It's a very creature. Grammatical? Don't be silly. Since when do I grammatical? Why am I doing stringtual? Stringtual. Shouldn't I do like the number of items in the line equals something, something else? What am I even doing here? Maybe like doing consume white space. Channel point reward for stretching. I actually have one. It's disabled though, because getting up and stretching is it's kind of difficult for me the past few days. Or past 2 days. Yeah, I mean, I kind of hurt myself the other day. Like, tripped on a step while I was walking up it. I think I sprained 2 of my toes. So it's a little bit unpleasant to walk on them. And as much as I like to get up and stretch occasionally, I don't know if I would say it's unpleasant to walk on them, but like I can't really stretch properly like that. So eventually I'll turn it back on when I'm feeling better. But until then, it's kind of in hibernation. Why is this here? Why is this full of like commented out code? What the hell was I thinking? What is this even about here? I keep coming up with like random functions. This one. This one, I'm gonna do consume white space. Wait, that doesn't exist. Next, non-white space. Yeah, we'll do bool. Consume white space. We can return, I don't know, EOF or something. Sure. Job outside of streaming? No, not really, no. I just kind of like help my family out as needed. But like, I don't really do anything. I don't have a proper job, which is kind of E. So I'm gonna do while, not EOF. And I guess also, what do we want to do here? I just realized that I've like recreated the original design of this without recreating the original design of this. Oh my god. not make sacrifices. Or no, maybe no. I'm just unemployed. And marginally unemployable in my own opinion, but that's maybe just my self-deprecation talking. I want to check if C is white space. Which is going to be like 0, or C is 9, or C is 10, or C is 32, or C is... Wait, why am I doing this? 13. Now, what if I was just like super extra evil? Maybe like if C is less than or equal to 32. Nope, I'm gonna do something extra evil. This is just gonna be the worst. The worst, I tell you. Just get rid of all those. And what we're gonna do is that I'm gonna be like C and C right shifted by one left shift by C, and then like a constant, which is like which white space is which. Is this better? No. Am I doing it anyway? Unfortunately, yes. So it's gonna be like 1 right shifted by 0. It's gonna be probably 9. Wait, I want to go the other way. Yeah, that's the way we go. 10. 13. 32. Yep, no one's gonna question it, except me from the future being like, how the hell did I come up with this? Why did I come up with this? I may or may not be potentially evil. This is like the pinnacle. Pinnacle. The peak evil. Why did I do this counter? Plus plus. Why did I do this counter? It's a constant expression. And then we just increment it throughout the program. And when the compiler runs at the end, it's like, well, the why did I do this counter is this value. I'm just like, yep. Yes, it is. Yep, that's a thing that I did apparently. And no one's gonna stop me. Wait, this is a float, and I want to do parse a number. There's no convenient helper for parsing numbers. I suppose I could write one. Like, if I only want a double, we could do 64 x, and then return parse number, and forward the reference. And then if I want to do like a float, let's set that to 0. And then we'll do fp out equals fp, and then we will return r. I think. Or maybe we do an if. Maybe we do an if. Like, if we parse the numbers Cyrillically, then we will return true, as we will return false without changing the number. And then I can do mpf0. Whatever mpf is. It's apparently a bunch of floats. Wait, MTL has MPF, so why did it not go? Why does this one not have MPF? I'll just initialize that to something. Sure. Yeah, happy now? No. That's fine. I guess we will consume all the white space. We will consume all of the white space. If we have failed to parse the number, we will break. Then we will consume the white space. I don't know what that returns. It returns EOF. Because that makes sense. Yeah. There we go. Hi there. Hello. Hello. You know what's good? Water is good. Water is delicious. Water is delicious. I should maybe drink more of that. My texture coordinates have only 2 of these, so I can just borrow these 2. We don't even need K. It's like, what even is K? What even is K? I mean, technically, I could put these in a loop if I really wanted to. But I don't. I really don't want to put them all in a loop. I don't need to, like, consume white space before... for the letter. Maybe not for this one. But maybe for this one. Yeah, we'll do it for this one. Why not? We'll do it for all of them. Does this even have something here at the beginning here? I'm gonna say that if this is not a space, then we can break from this condition here. Then we'll consume some white space. In case there's more than one, because you never know. I might actually almost sort of kind of get somewhere with this. Also, I can finally kind of do because you read line now to get the rest of lines. Don't know if I want to do it trimmed or not. Maybe want to trim it. Don't know. I don't know. We just do like read line. Now we do like read line trimmed. That's maybe a thing. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know how this thing works anymore. I don't even know where all the errors are. There's like, they're up here, aren't they? Okay, now I need the function. I need this function to also have this. So, yeah, we'll keep that, I guess. It's even called trim. What's up with that? I think we've wandered into the, sort of almost focused territory again. What do I want to do here? This is parse. Because it would be an int. Sure. I don't know what we use the int for, but we're doing that for some reason. And I don't know why this is, why this is like this. Why is this like this? Why is this a bunch of if-else? We're assigning the same thing. See, this is greater than, then we're gonna do 1, otherwise we're gonna do that. Yeah. See, like, that's what this is about. Oh my god, my phone chirped. Means I have to run out, probably. Yeah. 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 Why does my phone keep chirping? There's nothing here. I would have to, like, run out for, like, a couple of minutes. Just be like, I guess I'll finish this when I come back. Oh. That's fine. I needed to get out of my chair anyways. Right? Right. Mm-hmm. This is like the extra break time. Yeah, speaking of activities that I do. When I say several minutes, I mean several minutes. Probably on the order of like 20. Yep, I do that. That's the thing. Ow. 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 Nya, 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 nya. I've returned. Finally. Probably lost some people with that. That's this is the nature of things. You're like, I return from the great dark deep depths. I'm gonna put this here. Maybe put this here. I have like I have more food. I don't know. It's one of those things. I was hungry again, I guess. Crunchy. Mm. Mm. Crunchy, yes. But also messy. Ee. Very crunchy. Yum, yum, yum. Very crunchy. Mmm. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Munchy food is munchy, but kind of messy also. Alright, great. Now I have to go clean myself off. I will be a minute. Another minute. And then I will be back. For reals this time. Very. Never enough. Ugh. Ow, 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 ow. You know what? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Why do I never know? I never know because I never, ever knew. It's all just a whole bunch of whatever. Whole bunch of, yeah, we'll turn this on, and then we'll turn this off, and then we'll turn this on, and then we'll click this. And now I've returned for like the who knows how many times. Because that's what I do, apparently. I return. I lurk, and I return, and I click away to things, and then I come back, and then I'm like, well... 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 I want the valley here. Otherwise... I want this. Uh-huh. I could just copy paste. Do some increment functions. Easy. Easy. Air quotes. And then it's kind of like, oh. Oh, that's what that does. Well, okay then. Yeah, this stuff could really... Wait, is this string? I don't think we reference string multiple times, do we? No, we don't. So we just assign that directly there. And not waste my time with the extra thing here. Same thing with this one. I think this is a regular string now. And if it's not, we should support that feature. Clear. Append? Why is it clear append? Why is this so ridiculously cursed? Why is there like no references either? It's amazing what a number of years can do to a project to make it be like, oh, it has to do this. And be like, I have to do this. Now I have to do this. And now I have to do that. Because we have this stuff which is like the current texture, or like this thing with the parameters. I could have swore I did this thing with the parameters before. What? Just what? 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 Why are these all... I don't even know what these are. Apparently it's being used as some sort of constant instead of the actual value. Because who knows why. I certainly don't, and I'm the one who wrote this stuff. Where is... I'm gonna steal that code that I wrote or constructed earlier. Yeah, we're just gonna borrow that. I think it's a pattern that shows up pretty often here. And instead of the object, it is the MTL. Then we will just, you know, maybe kind of sort of just yeet all of that. Why am I parsing it into a separate buffer at the end? I don't know. Maybe because I want to set all of the colors in one go. Non-void function does not return a value. Where have I seen that message before? I don't know. I don't remember. Will I ever know? Does anyone else out there know? Because I definitely actually do know. This is definitely a thing I'm aware of. CMAP. CMAP. I even have like a variable for it. There's even a variable for it. It's called CMAP. It should probably be a reference. Instead of being on its own. And if we just put this in scope, we can just conveniently, I say, reassign. So we get like the back of the thing. Yeah, the back of the thing. rid of all of those. Rid of all of those. Make that a little bit more consistent-ish, sort of vaguely. Right, this is a very specific one. I don't know why it's this specific one, but it is. It's this line. Gotta put that in there. I don't think this value changes at all. I would say, I hope it doesn't change at all. It would be kind of bad if it just randomly changed on me. Cannot jump because reasons that are not explainable. But are actually perfectly explainable if you consider the function does not return a value. So I think this one is going to need something. Some kind of something. Some sort of mysterious something. I don't know that this references any external variables, though. So I think it might just be better if we pass in the material vector as like a reference. So we're gonna put that, I don't know, here. And when we call it, we will pass in the material. Expected one. Does that mean that load material? Not this other load material? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe I meant exactly that. Append. A read line. I don't know if the error count is going down or not, but I'm kind of hoping that it is. 'Cause this is some interesting stuff we got going here. Lots of errors to fix still. Maybe a bit too many. Are all my refactors a mistake? Or is there a hint of truth to this? If not K. I mean, if not K. Why is there a state machine here? We got line equals space. I don't even know what line is supposed to be. It'd be some sort of weird iteration thing. Be gone with your weird iteration thing. See, K is being used as like a variable. This is like if we have a K, like if slash parse number, that sort of thing. And then N, I don't know what N is supposed to be. I don't know what CV is supposed to be. And how am I supposed to find one? N is greater than 0, N is less than 3. Guess that sort of means we do this at the end of a line or something, because this happens very much in an out of order kind of execution thing. Yeah, there's another one of these at the end. Because of reasons. And we just reset them. It's like resets N, and it resets K. I don't think I need K anymore. This would be like do integer count parse this value. And then it's like if slash, then we'll parse this value. And then if another slash, we'll parse this value. I don't know what n is used for. N is 3, we'll find all the things. Something like that, maybe. Question mark? Question mark. Very question mark. I am very question mark. I am so very question mark. So we have like a parse something. Then we subtract 1 from it because reasons, apparently. So I'm gonna delete until that and one of those, and then we'll do parse integer. And I think unsigned. Yeah, we'll do parse unsigned. Well, then maybe it should be signed. I don't know. This is like, I don't know. If we manage to parse the index, then we'll add those. I guess. If we manage to fail parsing the index, then heck, I don't know. We break? We break? Maybe we break it. Maybe it's broken. Maybe it's just broken. And then if the next character is a slash, which it probably should be, then we'll do another parse command here. Do the index. We'll do the index. The all important index. And then if we get the next character after that, and that one's a slash. think this one is actually technically optional. Technically. But this one, this last one, definitely not optional. This one needs to exist if the slash exists, otherwise it means you did it wrong. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing. I got all of those. Nobody has talked in an hour? Yeah, it kind of seems like that. Disappeared for my little transportation task. Had a very nice long snack. And then there's just like nothing. 11 hours. Yeah. 11 hours. I think it's 11 hours. Yeah. Because it does kind of seem like I'm kind of running out of energy. Which is not surprising. It's not surprising at all. This is a structure. Yeah, that's a structure. I'm just gonna pre-initialize that with a bunch of -1s. Instead of doing whatever that thing was. I'll need K. This can be a do loop, I guess. And if I write this do loop and then have it look sensible, it might just be the last thing on today's stream. That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there. How did that get there? See, I think we already did this part. Yeah, I think we did that part. So just... I need to do like the same thing too, so like... I only need one of these. It's gonna be like if n is less than or equal to 3. I mean, it should be less than or equal to 3. Or maybe we should just do this regardless of what n is, because if we get here, n is gonna be something. Yeah, I say... it's time to get rid of n. I don't get why I did that. And then this can be a while statement. A very wild while statement. Maybe do consume white space at the beginning. I should take care of that. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't need to deal with any of those. Yeah, fantastic. Fabulous. Why is this indented space different? What even are these stupid variable names? Goal index -1. So everywhere we find... Oh, index -1. I'm gonna replace that with kale. And the other one can be KD. I think these need to really need to get, like, probably renamed to something a little bit more descriptive. Yeah, probably. Discord links be like letter vomit. I should we like do all of them. Oh well. Oh well. It doesn't do all of the... Where else is there weirdness? There's still some lines. Still lots of lines in there. It appears to be cat keyboard. This is very cat. It's definitely very cat. So extremely very cat. I mean, this has been some okay progress on the different aspects of this parser so far. I don't know if I want to keep this parser or not, even if I am rewriting portions of it significantly. I'm thinking maybe I end here at like the 11 whatever hour mark. Cause it's late enough, right? Right, sure. And I did sort of give myself a bit of a little benchmark to follow, which is like, interactive with the chat. It would be. And I was like, if it gets super quiet for too long, then I'll be like, yep, this is gonna be the end. And I think this is that point. I think this is that point. The point where we're ending. Right about now. Energy levels under control. Under control. Well, I mean, I don't usually do anything on Sunday. And then Monday is sort of a toss-up. Probably might, maybe, sort of. I might do something on Monday. I definitely like to stream on Monday, but probably maybe not for as long. I don't know. I will think about it. I will definitely think about it. Come up with a plan to manage energy. Today I'm not tired. Not that I consider myself terribly tired, but like, yeah. I do have to think about it. I'm surprised so many people have stuck around lurking for this long. As always. It just kind of amazes me in a way. The ferrets. Maybe. I think maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get very much from just like Thor directly. This is like, I'm a tiny channel. Grr. Grr, here. You're my roar and tremble. Yep, you woke off. You woke up. Nope. Yep, nope. I am woke off. Yeah, can you tell it's time to end? Can you tell that it's time for me to end? Can't even talk anymore properly because it's so excessive almost. It's been 11 hours, 20 minutes. 13 is an outlier. 13 is very much an outlier. And even 11 is a little bit on the long side for me. Like 8 or 9 hours. It's kind of like the sweet spot. And then like 11 is if I'm feeling ambitious. High energy. So yeah. We're gonna end here. I'm gonna raid ferret software. Which is the ferret rescue that Thor does runs. They like there's ferrets. There's stinky noodles. They run around. What more can you ask for? Ads? They're funded by advertising, so that's kind of fun. Who knew? Who knew? You know what I'm not funded by? Advertising. I make like no money from it because that requires large quantities of people. Larger quantities than I have. So yeah. I'm gonna go. Bye bye. Enjoy the ferrets for a little while maybe. They're fun to watch. I'll be back in a day or two. However long that might be. Relatively speaking. I think it's technically a day. I'm going. Okay, I'm gonna go now. I'll be quiet. Bye bye. Where's the button? Short stream. Yeah, Monday might be shorter. Right. Yeah.